Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And 4AS, doing the roll call straight away. Give up your brown shirts and mass migration. There it is, in the house straight away. And Jerry Poppins, fit in. Oh, thank you very much, Jerry. It's easing us in to the Monday morning stream, your usual style. Larp Jeff, brother, how are you? Welcome. Cheese Swiss, doing the roll call as well. Thank you. And yeah, welcome to the Monday stream, the post-mortem, I guess, as a follow-up to what went down yesterday. Did people get a chance to tune in? Let me know. 4AS, Jerry Poppins. I saw you commenting. I know you were there. Lap Jeff, Cheese Swiss. I'm not sure if you're able to catch it. If you're not across it, I was at the Sydney March for Australia rally. I guess you can call it a rally. Depends, I guess, what side of the fence you sit on. And I guess it depends how sensationalist you are in terms of the media source that you're looking at, because a lot of people have been calling it protests. And yeah, I guess it just depends how you want to frame it, whether you use the R word or the P word to describe this one. Caught up on that stream. Okay. Yeah, it could have been at least 10 or 15. Yeah, so the organizers were claiming, I reckon, 15. I was sparsely around, but loud when I was. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, look, there were thousands of people there. So, yeah, if they're saying about 10 to 15, or people are saying 10 to 15, I know the organizers claimed there was about 15 there. That's a lot. Like, at one point, I was thinking, getting ready to go on Sunday. I was like, what if it's like, 50 dudes with an Australian flag hanging out in the park. Oh, you watched it all as well? Oh, good. Yeah. Well, it was interesting, wasn't it? It really was something else. That's for sure. Why is my stream chat not working? I'm going to refresh that. See if that helps. It's interesting. Hasn't changed anything. Well, we'll see if it works. Dilemmas. I was at the Adelaide one. Awesome numbers. Dumb. NSM. You know what? What was the Adelaide one like then? How many people do you think was there? There was a lot of people around, I must say. And I was actually surprised at that. Like I said, I was gearing up for it with my mic and my, recording apparatus. And I was trying to figure out, what the vibe was going to be like. And you could see as soon as I got off the train, out of the station, and like just turning into the park, it was chockers there. The other side of Belmore Park, though, down, I guess you would say the northern end, was sparse, very sparsely populated, but yeah. Making my way through it. Okay, someone went through very nicely and timestamped the whole thing. So if you just want to have a look at like interviews and stuff like that, you can do that. And then like the last hour and a half is the stuff that goes down in the park, and it progressively gets more and more neo-Nazi and like white supremacist, which seems to have been a very interesting way of finishing off what was, from the interviews that I was conducting, a largely show of patriotism, I guess you could say that, and like discontent for the way that migration has been managed in this country. And it wasn't really a whole, like a white supremacist kind of thing. It wasn't an call for an ethno state. But by the end of the speeches, that was pretty much it. I think the first time they got an unregistered speaker up, lo and behold, it just happened to be the person who is running for parliament, who is the head of the White Australia Party. It's an actual party, like not a group, like an actual political party. And yeah, lo and behold, he was the first unregistered speaker. I'm sure that was not planned at all. And yeah, it just got really, really morbid really, really fast over in the middle of Victoria Park over there. Voltaire, how are you going? Well, in the land of Oz, if you are not aware, across the ditch, we had a March for Australia, a rally or series of rallies or protests in major cities around the country that seems to have directly been in reaction to the protest across the Sydney Harbour Bridge in support of Palestine. And so the sentiment that I could get from social media when I started seeing this stuff popping up was basically, well, it's nice that you can have 300,000 people rock up for a pro-Palestine rally, whereas all these people who are worried about Australia and where Australia is right now. And that sentiment manifested into this, a March for Australia, which was rather unable to exactly pinpoint what the march itself was for, but it was just general Australian solidarity. A lot of the conversation and the rhetoric promoting the event was about anti-mass immigration. So they think that mass immigration is out of control and is the reason for the problems in the country at the moment. But attached to that sentiment was a large focus on this idea that Australian culture is being stamped out. And that is obviously associated with mass immigration. I don't think you can really argue that the people that think the Australian culture is dying, that mass immigration is not a factor for them. You could easily argue that mass immigration is not a factor for some of the issues they're talking about, like infrastructure provision, so whether that be social or physical infrastructure. And you could easily argue, well, that's got nothing to do with it. It's really got to do with governance and whether or not we get enough money out of the people that profit off Australian society to reimburse and put that back into developing the country itself, as opposed to the general way that liberal democratic and capitalist societies operate. That's another conversation completely. So it was a mix of a lot of things, to be honest, but the death of the Australian culture and the way of life seemed to be a huge one, and that was definitely demonstrated in the types of people that were out there. It was very, very Anglo, as we would say, very Anglo, and Anglo-Saxon, I'm referring to, if you don't know what I mean by that. And the demographic was much older than I expected, and we can get to why that was actually a thing maybe later. But Zero Fuck says mass immigration equals immigration, I guess, equals mass crime. Yeah, mass immigration equals mass crime. Jungle Potatoes, yeah, you were in there a bit. You were loving it. The Launceston one went hard. It was like 10 people. Yeah, I heard about that. Funny. Good rap on that one too. Well, with the COVID one was expecting 50 nut bags. Always worth checking out. Yeah, because I remember you sent us footage of that one, or somebody sent us footage of that one. And yeah, there was heaps of people. But that was a particularly young demographic, I thought. The COVID lockdown one, very much the younger crowd. This was very much a middle-aged crowd, I guess you would say, which is, I think, telling potentially of the vibe there. It's these people that have a strong attachment to a sentimental attachment to a particular time in Australian history, and they've not been able to adapt to the change that has befallen their cities and urban landscapes, and it must be confronting, and they're showing and they're expressing themselves in that regard. Dilemma says, yeah, about 115k, I reckon. About 15k, I reckon. Yeah. Can't remember 4AS. It is in the Mystery Channel music playlist. It is actually, yes, yeah. I can find a link of that later when I get the chance. But yeah, so that's what it was, Voltaire. It was a hard to pin down on one particular issue, kind of a rally, and just a general sentiment and a support like you can see by just the fact that there's just so many flags, and basically it was like, bring your flag. That was what the parameters were for this one, and we'll figure out the rest on the way. And so in Sydney anyway, we marched from Central Station and went to Victoria Park, and there was a counter protest organised that was running on the other side of Central, down Elizabeth Street, I want to say that is, and then that linked up with the usual and weekly pro-Palestine protests that go on in Town Hall, I believe. But like the one in Sydney that I was at didn't really develop into anything in terms of any type of violent activity, or any type of rowdy behavior, really. There were people drinking. By the time we got to Victoria Park, there's a number of bottle-os along like City Road and George Street. And so like there was heaps of people with like long necks and stuff like that in paper bags, and like just getting on the terps and having a good time, I think. But yeah, generally quite relaxed atmosphere. I think like people were the most G'd up in terms of them just wanting to yell out obscenities about Albo. So that's greed is the death of culture. Wow. Similar to what's happening in England. Yes, definitely. Who would have thought older people have stronger race opinions? Yeah, I know, right. Yeah, I know, that was an incredible insight on my part. But yes, very good. It was very tame until the little random speaker. Oh my God. Yeah. And so it was rather tame until there was one point at the end where everyone got, like the speakers all got pretty white supremacist. And I found it quite interesting, actually, observing the fact that there were a number of people that left over, because I thought it was the hardcores that were left over at the end, because most of the people broke away. There might have only been, a few hundred people left over for the last round of the speeches. So the last half an hour to an hour of what you were looking at if you were watching the stream yesterday. And there was a lot of objection coming from the crowd when the white supremacists were talking, if you know what I mean. They were not down with this whole like Australia is for whites only kind of stuff, and they were booing and heckling and yelling obscenities at them, get rid of these and neo-Nazis and all that sort of stuff. So there was a bit of a break there, which was nice to see, because the people that I was speaking to as I was interviewing people, and just like overhearing people's conversations, which I'm pretty sure you guys could hear as well. There were some pretty interesting conversations going on, and like the general sentiment is like, people just feel like they're having a hard go and they're not being looked out for. They seem to displace, I believe, all of that anger. They seem to be putting it all on Albanese and his government and Tony Burker, I think it was, and Penny Wong were the descriptors. Tony Burker was an interesting one. But yeah, they believe, I think, because Tony Burker is the Minister for Immigration, he's obviously to blame for everything that's happened over the last, 20 years then, because like it's not just a sentiment that has grown or come up over the last like time that Labor has been in power. It's a sentiment that's been obviously going for, I think, longer than that, much longer than that. And there was a lot of elements of what I saw yesterday that were very akin to the sentiment of the Cronulla riots. And what was that, 2006? So like this sentiment has been around for a long time, this culture of being invaded and protecting Australian culture. And, that was the sentiment that I found people had running through them through a majority of the interviews. And I think it was a good point. And Jerry put me on to the chase and was like, find ethnic people if you can, or people that are not Anglo. And I found a couple, I think. And, I was able to talk to them, and they believe that, Australia is kind of not doing its job in terms of looking after its citizenry. And so like if people are coming here and migrating here, then the government's responsibility, society's responsibility is to look after these people properly. And if we're not looking after these people properly, then we shouldn't be letting them in the first place, and we should be looking after everyone that is here. So there was a lot of people being like, hey, I'm not anti-immigration. I just don't like mass immigration. So they do think that that's the linchpin that is behind all of their problems. And like maybe solving that one issue is just going to make Australia great again. There are a lot of MAGA hats out there, might I add. A lot of MAGA hats, actually. So, like, I just don't, even after speaking to a number of people and overhearing numbers of conversations, I just don't believe that there is a direct correlation between mass migration and the feeling of the system isn't working. You know, if you know this channel, I can tell you for free, if you want, why I think the system is not working. And I think it's got to do more with the economics of society, as opposed to individual groups within society that put pressure on the rest. I think there are certain factors, again, that are definitely conclusive to what people were talking about, and people were definitely talking about the fact that the Australian culture, as they believe it, is being eradicated. But again, those are demographic issues that are, again, you can see materially across the entirety of the world, not just the Western world, that is impacting a lot of advanced industrial societies. Birth rates are down, and capitalism, the market mode, so a free market society requires growth. And if you're not repopulating your own populations in a well above replacement level scenario, then in order to get your economy to tick over, like, migration is the key. And then that also leads to cultural shifts. And so people that, I can only use a Sydney example here, but I'm sure there's examples of this across the major cities in Australia. But like, if you grew up in a time where Bankstown, like everyone in Bankstown was blonde hair and blue eyed, I'm sorry, that time is gone. Okay, Bankstown is not Anglo anymore at all. If you grew up in a time where there were white people that lived in Cabramatta, for example, and they dominated there, that world is long gone. It's been gone since the 80s. And like, that sort of stuff is not changing anytime soon. So if people are worried about the erasure of culture, that is a distinct issue. I understand that. But there are other demographic factors at play there, and economic factors at play, that are making that hard. One guy I spoke to was very right. In what he said, he's got kids, and he's just worried about them being able to buy a house and, be able to pay their way through society, get through with the cost of living issues. And so, if people feel the burn because of the way that our economy works, they're going to have less kids. And once you urbanize more intensively, people have less kids anyway. There's direct correlations between urban intensification and lower birth rates. And that's where you get cultural shifts. So I understand the sentiment, but I do, again, believe a lot of it was displacing blame, I think, on the wrong things, which is definitely unfortunate when it comes along like that. That Jag in the house. Kids suck anyway. Save your money. There it is. See? The more urban people get, they're just like, fucking kids, man. They're just a burden. That's fucking hilarious. Welcome, man. Welcome. We are going deep into Australian, at the heart of the lion's den when it comes to Australia's deep identity politics and culture wars issues here. And I did a stream yesterday. As I said, if I could get myself to there, I would, and I did it, Jag. I did not fail on that front. More Reality says Australia wants a unified culture. We have been anti-Muslim since 2000. Well, look, anti-Muslim in the sense that 2000, I would say 2001, actually. There's some big events that happened historically that basically changed the Western world's opinions on Muslim migration, or just Muslims generally. And I think everybody knows what I'm talking about there, but I don't know if Australia has been like that since 2000, and I don't think they've been unified in that one either. Matt Ladingo, YouTube algorithm took me here. I live in Sweden, and it's 3 a.m. What is this for? I don't know if the YouTube algorithm brought you here. Then you must pray to the gods of YouTube for that one. I'm not sure why you're here, but we're talking about a mass anti-immigration, an anti-mass immigration rally, popularly referred to as March for Australia, that happened yesterday across the country. And yeah, I went along to have a look, and we're dissecting what happened yesterday. So yeah, been gone since the 1880s. Hey, Matt Ladingo, welcome. This is a revolutionary and workers' rights channel. Thank you very much, Mark. It's good to have you here as well. What's the bet that guy voted for John Howard? Mystery. I see new people. Plug. Good on you guys. Sounds like a good cause. I second that, Jag. Bloody kids. Glad I was never one. Yeah, how do Aussies feel about the Vietnamese? They have a big culture there, right? Which is actually what I was just talking about. I mentioned a place called Cabramatta. I was like, if Australians believe, or Australians living in Sydney anyway, that you know, the white race should own Cabramatta or something like that, or Australian culture needs to come back to Cabramatta, good luck, because the entirety of Cabramatta is basically Vietnamese. So, and like it's a big part of the culture of Cabramatta, and there's lots of people that go to Cabramatta just to enjoy Vietnamese culture and Vietnamese migrant culture specifically. And so, yes, we got a massive Vietnamese population in Sydney. I'm assuming there would be in the other capitals as well. I grew up with heaps of Vietnamese people, actually. And yeah, so I don't know. They see a lot of the sentiment, like, and you can get it from more reality over here, that like the sentiment yesterday was kind of more, you know, there was a lot of Islam, like Islamization, I can't even say the word properly, kind of anti-Islamization of the world kind of stuff, and a lot of Christian talk there, like Western culture is founded in Christianity, and Christianity is the way and the answer to the Islamization of the world, etc., etc. And there was a lot of Indian bashing and heaps of Chinese bashing as well. But like in terms of Vietnamese, I didn't see anyone targeting, you know, any other migrant culture, but yeah, Chinese, Indians, and Muslims by the sounds of it. Like that, like from what I heard, anyway. The Cronulla riots are basically a reaction to September 11. They were picking up on subcontinental people too, right, this time. Yes, they were. There was a few speakers that were going off about Indians. You know, they come here and they don't assimilate and all that sort of stuff. And some guy was going off about, in his speech was going off about, he was saying that if I went to India, I would have to do my research and learn the culture before I got there, because they wouldn't just let me be an Aussie over there if I migrated there and bring my Aussie culture. I'd have to learn to be an Indian. So there was a large sentiment around assimilation and the appropriateness of assimilation, which is a very difficult topic. Like, let's just be honest here. It's a very difficult topic. Like, you know, I know many people that have migrated to this country, and they migrated to here in, you know, much simpler times, let's call them, when there was a larger Australian cultural presence and intensity around conformity or assimilation, as we can say. And, you know, these migrants themselves spend a lot of their energy and effort assimilating into the culture, and they're proud to have done so and become Australian. And so it's not as easy as just brandishing everyone that talks about assimilation as racist, I think, straight off the bat. A lot of the counter protests I saw were saying things like, you know, patriotism equals racism. And like a lot of people at that event were talking about, like, just because I'm a patriot doesn't mean I'm racist. I can love my country. And, you know, I've spoken to many migrants about their love for Australia and how they spent good effort kind of trying to adapt to Australian culture because they wanted to, and they felt that it was necessary for themselves, because it is not an easy conversation, this one, because you get differing views on this one. It's not as black and white as the culture wars like to make it out to be, I think. Zero Fox says, marched in Melbourne and didn't see one migrant. They were all with lefties chanting Australians are racist. Well, that's interesting that you say that, because the Sydney one was very different to that. There were migrants in the crowd. I interviewed people when I got the chance. And so you can go and watch that if you want. And like, there's one guy is with his missus, and I was talking to him, and he was dressed up fabulously in Australian gear from head to toe. I didn't see anyone that extravagantly dressed, and he was like, look, I don't hate immigration. He was like, here, meet my wife. And he pulled this lady, and he was like, she's Chinese. And she just looked at me. She's like, hello. I kind of think so. There were lots of migrants in the rally, actually, and people that have immigrated. Then I spoke to some kids at the end, and they were like, look, my parents came here, but like, I love Australia, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, I don't think the Sydney one was as, what's the word? As polarized as the Melbourne one by the look at it. And I guess we can have a look at that today, because all the stuff that's coming out, like the hardcore media footage, is all about, obviously, the drama about it, which is interesting to see, because that's what we got from the march over the Harbour Bridge, was all of the drama and none of like the actual, I guess, the good stuff that came out of the protests. And like all the drama that I've seen just by quickly looking over it, which is what I want to do today, just seems like it's all, there was a fight between Antifa and neo-Nazis, and that's why you can't let these type of rallies happen and all that sort of stuff. Basically the usual mainstream media / establishment line, which is people are just awful and we shouldn't let people demonstrate and protest, because this is what happens. They go looking for like the bad eggs out there, obviously, or the bad apples. How would you define Australian culture? Fuck, with the hard-hitting questions today. I don't know. I can only refer to like songs and popular culture. Have you ever heard of a guy called John Williams? There's a few songs that I could like describe to you. But there's a song where he sings about a home among the gum trees. And yeah, Australian culture is a mix, I think, of we're a very agricultural based nation. So there's a lot of reference to country life and an agricultural regional existence. That seems to be a broad setting for Australia as we expanded, I guess, or Australians expanded throughout the country. And I think the Australian culture is deeply linked to the land, I would say. Williamson, sorry, thank you for the correction there. Knew I'd said that right. Is that Ken Oath in the house? Yo, welcome. Yeah, sorry, yes, John Williamson. And like, look it up when you get a chance, Jag. And if you have any more questions, let me know. But yeah, like a big tie to the land. And we've got some very unique flora and fauna in this country that we hold heavily. We have a lot of pride about. And I guess the sentiment that was coming out yesterday was about Christian culture, but the Australian that I know, like the older Australians anyway, are split between kind of, I guess you would say, the British and the Irish, really. So there's Catholics and Protestants, and that seems to be a big part of Australian kind of culture. And obviously pub culture is a big one too. So like everyone, I think, around the country, around the world, like when you go overseas and you tell people you're Australian, they expect you to be drinking with them and they want you to have beer with them. And there's a lot of that kind of perception. But yeah, beaches and the bush. There's your Australian culture right there. I'm sure there's a lot more you could add to that. But yeah, it's see, that's the thing. Like, I spoke to an Australian yesterday about this right afterwards, and they were kind of like, well, what is Australian culture? What are they worried about being erased here? You know, like, they were like, I'm Australian. You know, my family's been here for fucking generations. What are they worried about? Like, things change, and so, like, you know, not everyone can even agree on anything to do with what Australian culture is. And I found that to be a large sentiment in the protests as well, which was kind of like, people couldn't really agree as to what, people couldn't put their finger on exactly or articulate exactly why they were there. That was my first question. Every person I interviewed, why are you here? And it's like, oh, you know, the country's a mess and mass immigration's a problem. And you're like, yeah, okay, why though? So what is it about it? And so, like, they're just generally upset. And I think, you know what, we speak about this a lot. I think there's a big vein of neoliberalism that runs through this or a reaction to neoliberalism. We have gone through decades of austerity. We have gutted out services, we've fired people, we've destroyed unions, we've privatized things. There's precarious workforces now. Cost of living has risen. People can't afford the luxuries that they used to be able to and can't buy houses. A big part of Australian culture as well is, you know, quarter-acre block, white picket fence, the Australian dream. Buy a house, not live in the city, or at least in high-rise living. If you live in the city, you live in a terrace house or something like that. And like, all of those types of aspirations seem to be almost unobtainable. And like, people blame the fact that the cities are overcrowded, and the overcrowding obviously comes from migrants. But I would say that a lot of this stuff, yes, comes from years of neoliberal policy, which is defined heavily by austerity and tax cuts for rich people, because you think that's going to trickle back down into the economy, and they just take the tax cuts and they fuck off with it. But yeah, like, you got to blame someone, and someone put something in the Discord, which is just the best kind of snapshot of all of this. Like, in a, yeah, it was you, when you nut. You put that in there. Avalava, yo yo yo. I checked the internet over the weekend. What happened? What happened? I checked the internet over the weekend. Whatever. It's good to see Avalava. Yeah, when you nut, you wrote this. Yeah, I saw the TikToks and remembered them because they pissed me off, and I just reckon, okay, we're going to talk about this chick, when you nut, later. But like, here it is. This is the best, I guess, representation of what went down yesterday. Like, the sentiment anyway. So this is from the Discord, if you're wondering. So you can go over to the Discord and join us there. But like, this clip of Mo talking is literally what everyone was upset, apart from like the actual white supremacists. But like, everyone who had a genuine concern yesterday, apart from them, is Mo. Listen to this.
Immigrants. I knew it was them. Even when it was the bears, I knew it was them.
See, that was it. That was the sentiment. If just in case.
Immigrants. I knew it was them. Even when it was the bears, I knew it was them.
So like, people are like, damn it, I need an answer for this one. I need to understand who to blame for this situation, because I know the situation is horrible, and like, there's got to be a problem child. And like Mo's just said, it's like, it's the bloody immigrants. Even when it was the bears, it was the immigrants. Like, even when you have the answer, like, I don't know, but still, goddamn immigrants. They're the problem. So there was a lot of that style of mixed feelings and everything going on yesterday. Yes, it was me. I am when you nut. No way. See, this is why it's so difficult, like, having multiple platforms and everyone has a different pseudonym kind of thing. Yeah, okay, fuck, I know who you are now. That was so gold, man. When I read that. Oh, sorry, when I watched that, I could stop laughing. Yeah, it was pretty much watching the Nazis attack Avi Yemeni. No matter who loses, everyone wins. No way. Did that actually happen? Yeah, because he's Israeli, so those neo-Nazis, I wouldn't be a big fan of ye old Avi, whatever you call him. Yeah. Where were we? Where the fuck were we? I've never heard of terrace houses. Looks very much like New Orleans. Ooh, yeah, there's like a period element to it, like before the car took over, and you had to cram working people around your city, and they had to be able to walk. And so, like, it's a very interesting form of like housing, and that was where the working class in the Australian cities you used to live. They used to live in terrace houses, in nice inner city, or they weren't nice inner city areas back then. They were probably pretty scummy, actually, but like they are really, really nice now, and gentrified. They assumed Aussie. I'm Aussie. I can drink. LOL. Yeah, pretty much. So I'm a Baggies fan, and one time I caught up with fellow English West Brom fans for a game at the Star. I'm not much of a drinker, and they were heavily disappointed when wasn't one when I couldn't keep up. Yeah, I know. I've disappointed many people overseas when they hear that I'm Australian and I'm not a big drinker. Well, not a heavy drinker anyway. Fuck. Not like them. Oh, indoctrination, back in the house. A fight between Antifa and neo-Nazis. That's a funny way of describing an attack of the indigenous people at Camp Sovereignty. I'm not sure what you're referencing there. But, like, I've seen footage of clashes. So you're going to have to actually explain a little bit more if you're going to make confused faces or suspicious-faced accusations. Dilemmas 85. Assimilation is a major issue, but the biggest one for me is infrastructure. It's simply too many people for the services that are available. That's interesting, yeah? Because, like, look, I've worked a lot in government, and we spent all of our fucking time as technocrats, the experts in certain fields fighting with politicians and other technocrats to not release more land and just put it on the market without producing the infrastructure, like putting the public transport there first, or even the fucking roads. Like, a lot of problems that we have in the sprawling suburbs is like people can't get in and out of those areas. Am I still live? Oh shit. Oh, that's weird. Can you guys still hear me? My system's crashed. Oh no, I'm back. That was weird. I hope that doesn't happen again. Yeah, sweet, loud and clear. Thank you. It's fucking refreshed all my messages, bastard. Hate it when it does that. I can't read everyone's messages now. Yeah, anyway, I was going off about government. Anyway, the infrastructure is never planned for, and that's what you need good government for. But the government needs money to do so. And if all governments just run today off some type of austerity plan and they're trying to balance their budget so they don't go into deficit, which is a really difficult argument to have with some people, because you do actually need to spend money to make money as a government. So unfortunately, the answer isn't just like, oh, let's just not spend money on anything, because then people get pissed off when they don't have infrastructure. And I mean all types of infrastructure, not just like, roads and train lines and sewer and electricity. I mean like social infrastructure too, like schools, hospitals, parks. Like, people want stuff to do as well, things that enrich their lives beyond, just being a consumer in a marketplace. And so we're massively lacking on that front, and it's more of a concern, I think, for people, because we are supposedly living in a wealthy nation, and so people expect a certain standard of living, and when it's not met, then they get very disgruntled and they fucking go out like this, and they start blaming each other because they're told that's the issue by someone, and in the confusion, the absolute confusion, they go, they cling on to whatever seems to be the simplest answer. And that seems to be one. It's like, hey, all those people that just came in here, they're the reason why there's no roads, schools, hospitals, housing, and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, yeah, but they haven't been here for long enough to make an impact on the decisions and the planning. that goes into that stuff, and the decades of austerity measures that have crippled the country. They haven't really been here for that. It's probably you and your voting habits has caused a lot of that problem. Anyway, I would say. Anyway. The attack is in stream chat. Okay, fair enough. Thanks. Let's not spend money on pensioners. Yeah, well, there was a lot of people that were a bit nervous about that type of stuff yesterday, I would say, just looking at the demographic. Low 760. We need the workers for building the infrastructure and looking after people, as Australians don't want certain jobs like nursing. That's an interesting point as well, isn't it? Yeah, because there's a lot of kind of jobs that need to be filled, a lot of service sector stuff, a lot of stuff in construction that need to be filled. Hey, there was a guy that I spoke to yesterday as well. You've probably, if you've gone through and seen the interviews and stuff like that, there was a guy that I was speaking to yesterday, and he was like, look, I've worked with heaps of migrants on construction sites that have come here and they've worked really hard. They were great people. But again, he was like, but I just don't like the mass immigration. I think it puts too much pressure on everything. I just think the sentiment has been displaced, unfortunately. It'd be really awesome if you could channel all of their energy into, actually attacking neoliberal policy that has taken shape over the last, 30 years in this country. Longer than that, potentially, but let's say the last 30 years of it, and just go after and demand change and demand policy changes that increase massive government investment and fuck the deficit. We're already in the red. Fuck the deficit. Let's just go for it and build public infrastructure and employ lots of people. That's how you increase the wealth of the nation. And there is a general constraint. Australia's a big place. It's a huge place. And so unless we have massive infrastructure projects, the limited supply that we have around cities becomes tighter and tighter. Who's that? I don't know if I've seen him before. Sydney Snotley. You can see and hear. That's good. Thank you for letting me know technically. And welcome to the stream. Are you new, Sydney? Let us know, please. So why is Japan protesting immigration right now? I don't know. You tell me why they're protesting immigration right now. And it's because they have a very, very strict immigration policy, actually. And I don't think they would have the amount of immigration in terms of a relative percentage that Australia would, or other Western countries. So I would actually like to know where you're going with this one. It's an interesting point. I wonder where you're going with it. Squeeb, Northern Suburbs Ocean, Outfall, Sewer, Sydney Water is another one. They don't want a new sewage plant rather than dump it into the sea, as it would mean more people could live there. Yes. Yeah, 25 people watching. Yeah, it's interesting. We've got some numbers today, Squeeb. So yeah, it's been good. It's been very good, actually. But yeah, it's an interesting point. And they've also surrounded the northern suburbs, right? With all of this national park. So you can't just keep sprawling in the northern part of Sydney. So it protects them nicely to have all this national park there. And then they've got all their zoning controls set at lower limits. So you can't build up anyway. So you can't pump more people in there. Exactly as our economy has been bolstered by immigration at these numbers. Yeah, that's the complex, isn't it? That's the complex. It's look, we don't want mass immigration, but we do need people to look after the elderly. And we do need people to help build stuff. Didn't Japan promise to increase immigration due to lack of replacement workforce? They've seen an uptick in crime from immigrants. Yeah, interesting. I would like to know where you get the sources for on this one. But they've definitely gone right wing recently, which they've been all stressing about. Russia, Japan, Germany all have immigration problems as they are non-English languages, so have a harder process to get immigrants to learn. Interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, with English being more ubiquitous, then I guess must be easier. Well, the ones in Sydney's north, so easier for them to not like immigrants feel it's us versus them. Right, right. Yes, the millions of boomers who smoked and drank and used leaded fuel need doctors, doctors and nurses. uh, that's funny. There's a big culture of anti-boomer sentiment that happens around. I was speaking to a guy, an Aussie, about it, and he was getting upset with all the anti-boomer rhetoric that's around at the moment. That comes in off those youths online. Eh? Stop bashing the boomers. He was sick of it. Absolutely sick of it. So yeah, let's have a look. Okay. I've given you my 2 cents on it to a certain degree. So let's have a look at what the mainstream media is saying. We'll start with the Sydney one. I think this is about the Sydney. But like if it's more general, that's good. We'll get an idea of what like I said, the mainstream media is saying, because I have a feeling the sentiment's the same on this one. Is they have a general suppression of any type of demonstration. They refer to it as protests and unruly, and they highlight the violent stuff that happened, so they can argue easily against people doing this sort of stuff. And they did the exact same thing with the Palestine march over the bridge. They underplayed it massively, but in the order of like 200,000 people, and they focused in on like how it was dangerous, not because it was violent, but it was dangerous because there was a crowd crusher event that could have occurred because people were on the bridge, and they'll use that as a justification never to allow people to go over the bridge again, which I think is outrageous. You know, it's a fucking public landmark, and that's exactly what public and the public domain should be used for. Freedom of expression. But like I have a feeling they're going to do the same sort of stuff with this one and just focus on the bad. So discouraging people from, being political at all. That's the general trend in society at the moment, is really discouraging people from voicing their concerns generally. Just stay at home. Just stay at home and watch it. The algorithm will feed you what you need to know.
Good evening. 3 protests, 1 marathon, and the thin blue line stretched to the limit. Hundreds of police have managed to maintain relative order during rallies through the heart of Sydney, one led by members of a neo-Nazi organisation. But it was a tale of 2 cities. In Melbourne, there was brawling in the streets, ugly clashes and arrests.
At least it started as planned. Thousands at Belmore Park, all united under a forest of Australian flags.
We're not a racist country, we just want a good calibre of people in here.
They were calling...
I didn't hear that one. I was like, we just want a good calibre of people here. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more. You can interpret that one any way you want to, eh? Reality Pixel Media, how you going? Back in the house. Japanese also have right-wing nationalist groups pushing protests. Same shiz everywhere, it seems. Did I get blocked? Ken Oath. It happens a lot. It happens a lot here. And like, this is a political topic. So if you're going to say stuff, I can only encourage you to do this. And for anyone else that's listening in on this, go to the Discord and write what you want in the censored comments section, and I will read it out if it's appropriate. But yeah, go over there and read it out in the censored comments. Oh, there's been a bit. Is there anyone in the censored comments? No, not yet. No one's been censored yet. Avalava. Sounds like a bunch of neo-Nazis were able to slide under the radar once again, using common resentments shared by many people. I think that's a good assessment of it, actually. Yeah. And like they said, oh, it was headed by neo-Nazis. Now, I think that is not a bad assessment of the situation. It seemed like these people were definitely at the core when we were in Belmore Park over there. They were in that core center where you could hear all the music going and people chanting, and they headed the rally and took it, and they were right front and center at the podium whenever I was speaking. So yes, there was definitely a neo-Nazi presence there yesterday, for sure. Oh good, just one of my comments didn't come up before. I'm trying to behave. Aren't we all? I'll plug. Yeah, I'll do another plug as well. And for anyone who's new to this and was watching yesterday, on the live stream. If you enjoyed it, please go over to the Patreon, to my Patreon, and sign up, become a free member. I can get notifications to you through Patreon, but I can't through social media because the algorithms don't always work like that. And, you know, there's a fair bit of, for lack of a better description, censorship, I think, that goes on. So please go over to the Patreon. I don't know why that didn't work. Why won't you let me chat? Did that just happen? That's fucked. Huh. Okay. Rightio then. Yeah. Here's the Patreon. Go over to Patreon and yeah, become a free member so you can get notifications. If you can financially support, I would really, really appreciate that. I definitely need the assistance. So yeah, please go over and do that. So there's your plug. Hello. Oh, Wings of Cheese in the house. How you going, mate? Welcome. W News, neo-Nazis were allowed to hijack these protests and turn it into a circus of racial vilification. Well, we saw some pretty racially charged rhetoric going on at the end there. So, yeah, W News, not off. But that was really contained at the end, I found. We got the whole crew today. Yeah, it's a good day. Fuck it, it's going off for IS. It's going off. So yeah, sorry. Let us continue. But like, I wonder what she means by a high caliber, eh? And there was a lot of that going on. Heaps. Like, there was a lot of people that fucking hate Albo there. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. Like, if he had rocked up, they would have lynched him. Like, I'm telling you. He would have been hanging off a tree somewhere. They were super aggressive. Actually, the most aggressive language I found when people got the most charged was like about Alba and calling him out.
Park, all united under a forest of Australian flags.
We're not a racist country. We just want a good calibre of people in here.
They were calling for limits or an end to migration.
You don't hate migrants?
No, of course not. I am a migrant. Family came here 100 years ago from Italy.
Love migration, okay? I'm from a family of immigrants as well. The point is, how many you bring in the country? Where do you house them?
There was a huge police presence, several hundred funneling the march down Broadway.
There were fears today's march would be hijacked by neo-Nazi hate groups.
And there they were, front and centre, leading the march and blindsiding organisers.
That's the guy. That's the dude there.
There they were, front and centre, leading the march and blind...
Okay, this guy here, I don't know what his name is exactly, but when the open mic section started, like, lo and behold, he was the first one to step up. So they obviously couldn't have him as a registered speaker for some reason. I don't know why exactly, but he's the head of the White Australia Party. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of this guy before. Beck Freedom. yeah. Well, she was the organizer. Yeah, she was interesting as well. She couldn't really speak properly. I think she had too many on the vapes yesterday, and she said she had a dry throat, so she had to end her speech quickly. But like, it gave more room for this guy to get up and say his part. But yeah, White Australia Party. I wonder if that's an actual thing. Does anyone know that? I'm pretty sure that's what he claimed where he was from. Shall we get a research assistant in on this one? The White Australia part? Oh, policy. No, I'm looking for a party. Whiteaustralia.org is the rebirth of our nation. Protecting white heritage. The Institute of Australian Culture? No. The Australia First Party? Maybe? It's a nationalist political party in Australia that promotes strict immigration controls. Yeah, but he's a representative apparently. He must be, maybe he's trying to get into Parliament. I'm not sure exactly how that works. I love a good, we're not racist, but yeah, I know. Yeah, but she wants high caliber. That, I think that was an interesting part of it, was the high caliber part. You know, you can read that in so many ways, right? You know, high caliber. Eh? What's your caliber? You tell me, love.
Organisers, the Men in Black, members of the White Australia Group. The leader is Jack Eltis.
The White Australia Group, right.
Members of the White Australia Group. The leader is Jack Eltis.
But we're here because anti-immigration is our key political issue.
Jack Eltis is his name. And this guy got up on the open mic as well with his, what are they, like ski sunnies on or something like that? They all love their sunnies, these guys. And see, I rock up in my usual blacks, right? Because I just wear my typical anarchist style black attire, eh? Just a nod to the anti-establishment folk out there. And I was like, oh, fuck. I might have picked the wrong costume today. Not that these gentlemen would have been too happy if I was hanging around them too much. Actually, someone asked me afterwards, they're like, oh, did you have any trouble? And there was a guy that was with these blokes at the end. He was like a big Viking looking dude. He had a haircut similar to mine, but shaved on each side and like dreadlocks and like tied back. And he just looked at me like, walked past me. He's like, fucking, why are you here? I was like, ooh, hello. Hey. We take all sorts in this country. We are multicultural, buddy. Don't be like that. Don't be like that. But yeah, he wasn't too happy. But he was a friend of Jack Eltis. Let's have a look at this guy, if we can find him properly. That doesn't seem like an Anglo name either, does it? Eltis? So he's associated potentially with this guy. And this is the guy from Melbourne, I guess. Oh, that's good. No. They're breeding, eh? Far out. Fair enough. I wonder if he has a Wikipedia page yet. Racist and proud. J. Eltis Air Conditioning. I wonder if this is the same guy. I wonder if we are just learning about a gentleman by the name of Jack Eltis. We are just learning about a gentleman by the name of Jack Eltis. Can you confirm the derivation of the name, surname, Eltis? Like our friend, what is his name? Desi Freeman. What was his name before that? He changed his name from Desmond something. I can't remember what it was. Filty or something like that. And he changed his name to Freeman. Interesting. What does it say? Eltis is a Welsh name, is it? Derived from elder, according to Jeanette. What's that? Jean Annette. Is a post-medieval variant of elder. There you go. And it's Germanic and Jewish variant. God, I wonder if he's aware of that. Eltis is also a variant of Altic, a surname of German origin, or the Jewish Altez. Fucking hell. So it's either Germanic or Jewish from Family Search. I wonder if he's aware of that. Isn't that delicious? Eh? Mr. Leader of the neo-Nazis over here. But Jack, you're Jewish. Oh, God. Really? Don't tell him. Don't tell anyone. Especially the guy with the glasses over there. He'll come and get me. That video is posted. That video posted has Thomas Sell in taunting Aboriginal people after they beat the shit out of them. Hope the dickhead goes to jail. I see Skeen in the house. Aussie Waco. These dudes will be religious as well. You know what? I found that really surprising yesterday. If you were listening and you heard the speeches, there was a lot of this Christian thing going on. Like, oh, we are Christian. Like, no denomination. It's just like, oh, yeah, we believe in Christ because that's what, like, good Westerners do kind of thing. And so, like, there's this massive Christian revival. And, like, these guys would be probably the least Christian in terms of, you know, values. Christian out there. They probably party pretty hard, probably get on it. And, like, you know, I'm just generalizing here, but they're probably womanizing and all that fun stuff that they do on the weekend. Definitely isn't kosher with people that go down to church on a Sunday and repent for their sins. These guys have a lot of stuff to repent for. But the Christian rhetoric was huge yesterday. I haven't come across this in this level of detail before, the amount of association with Christianity, but it seems just to be a juxtaposition so they can pin themselves up against something that is antagonistic to Islam. I'm assuming it seems to be less about Christian values and more about, oh, this is ours and this is what delineates us from Muslims, I guess. Anyway, thought it was interesting. These are Crusader fantasy dudes for sure. Full laughers, yeah. I see an Aussie Waco. More nightmare fuel. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Could you imagine? And imagine these guys on a compound with fucking Desi Freeman or something like that. My God. If the Jewish part isn't from the mother's side, it doesn't count. Born again, new age cult. Occult fascist types, big top circus, hodgepodge fascism. That libertarian / libertarian. What was going on with the libertarians? What was going on with that? Again, at the speeches at the end, there were libertarians getting up and speaking. Now, the libertarians that I know from the States, they don't usually associate themselves outrightly anyway with fascists, and Christians, they're libertarians. It's economics that they're worried about, and rights, civil liberties and rights. They want hands off me and don't encroach on my rights to live in a free market society. They don't associate at all with political ideologies, especially ones that describe themselves as nationalist socialists or national socialists. They wouldn't associate with that stuff at all. And there was libertarians up there speaking about, I don't know, mass migration issues, but maybe they're just general, you know, grifters, and like they just get in front of the audience so they can get people that are disenfranchised with the government and governance in Australia to get on and I don't know, start voting for them. Maybe it's just a exposure thing. I'm very surprised that the libertarian culture was associated with that, because that's not the libertarianism that comes directly from America anyway. It's interesting. Christian white nationalists, Brad Norman, not Christian, just assholes. Yeah. Because there were a lot of posters as well, like people holding up big placards saying, you know, Christ is king. And so it seemed like genuine Christian kind of rhetoric that you see, as opposed to just just the usual, hey, let's pin something on Western culture. Oh, you know, let's attach ourselves to Christianity because that's what Westerners do, which is what these guys were doing. But the posters were all like, you know, seemed to be stuff that you get out of, you know, all those new Christian churches that pop up everywhere in industrial areas and stuff. The September 13 march will be a lot better and bigger. What's the September 13 march? Is that a new march that's coming? Or another one of these? And you know, it's interesting, right? The whole Christian thing, like there was a political scientist, theorist, anyway, that was talking about how fascism was coming to America in the 20s and the 30s. And it said if fascism ever takes a real hold in America, it will come draped in the American flag and holding the cross. And so like the association between, fascism, or specifically Nazi style fascism, will be heavily associated with ultra nationalistic pride and Christian symbology anyway, not the actual values of it. It sucks like that there isn't counter to these bullshit rhetorics of these neo-Nazis in Australia, like on a mass scale. Yeah, well, I guess that's what the Antifa people were doing in Melbourne, right? And there were counter protests going on in Sydney that I wasn't across. There was a few sovereign citizens at the march with some very interesting views. Yes, there was a bit of sovereign citizen worship going on there. And did you see there was a poster someone was holding, I think maybe in Melbourne, of Desi Freeman? They were holding him up. And they didn't want to be interviewed, but they were holding pictures, of Desi Freeman. And it's pretty audacious or pretty bold, given the fact that a lot of these right-wing people are also the ones that are the thin blue line, and they want to support cops and they hate ACAB and all that sort of stuff because they have an attachment to cops, because cops are usually in America anyway. What's the quote from the Rage Against the Machine song? The ones that work in the forces are also the ones that burn crosses or whatever. So there is usually a strong association between the hard right or radical right-wing movements and the cops, because they do the same sort of stuff, if you know what I mean. These sovereign citizens are openly supporting Desi Freeman, who's killed 2 cops in cold blood, and they seem to be pretty happy about it, right? Yeah, it's been going up. It's stabilized around a 30 mark, so it's going well. So welcome everybody. But the sovereign citizen issue is interesting because it doesn't really jive with some of the right wing pro cop stuff that you usually see. Jesus was and religion are byproducts of migration. The irony. What are you saying? Oh, where's Jesus from? He's not from the Levant, is he? He didn't come out of that area. He's not from Palestine, is he? Right? Paleo-libertarians, populist grifter, David Claxton. Private industry groups are to blame more than the government. The protests got hijacked by idiots yesterday. Quite simply, we as voters don't get told or asked how many people can come to Oz. Well, from our research, we did some looking into this last week, last Friday, and the policy on migration is set by factors that include tests on infrastructure, provision, and all that type of stuff. And they come to us from technocrats. They don't come to us from democratic processes, which is the conversation we have here a lot. It's the technocrats who do a report and decide what a safe number of migrants is to come into the country. And I believe they've decided the number at the moment, or acceptable number, is around 150,000 for this year. And we're not on track to meet that. I think it's going to be 180,000 or something like that. But it's definitely not a democratic thing. So for anyone who believes for some reason that we are, able to get onto immigration numbers through a democratic process like a vote or a referendum or something like that, it's not happening. It's not happening. It's not how our system works. Christ, this sucks. Go fuck yourself, bro. Stop attacking patriots. No, see, it's people like you, right? It's people like you that are the reason why people associate racists and patriots. Okay. All right. We love Australia. Go home, you Singaporean pos. Welcome to the stream. I don't think you've been here before. So if you're new here, then you can join the Discord and you can go over and support me on Patreon because you fucking owe me anyway, bro. Just remember that. Sovereign Citizen is a right-wing prison manifesto. Yeah. And like we talked about last week, I think that the Sovereign Citizen issue is just a right-wing variant of anarchism, but they're just too proud to call themselves anarchists because that would be associated with the left, the far left, and they're evil. They're evil people. Man, those clowns still disown Bob Kata, pointing out his Lebanese heritage. Yeah, actually, when I was interviewing people yesterday, if I had someone that I could have pushed buttons with a little bit more, I would have asked them about good old Bobby Kata. That was an interesting situation that happened right before the event yesterday. So yeah, Jackie Lambie is probably the most active member talking about the sovereign citizen cooker situation. Interesting. Is it because you're not from here? Go home. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. I am home. I live here. Habibi Bob. The left testicle hates the right testicle. All right, let's go back to Jack Eltis, the potentially Jewish neo-Nazi in Sydney.
Are you racist?
Yeah, we're racist. Yeah, we're racist. Yes.
And why is that a good thing?
We're proud of who we are. We're proud of who we are as white men. We built this nation. All the men in our organisation are proud to be racist.
Are you neo-Nazis?
Yes.
Down Broadway to Victoria Park at Camperdown.
Fucking
The
hell.
front of the march might have presented one picture, but the bulk of those marching today, those coming in from behind, appeared to be anything but extremist.
But at the end, an open mic session. And that's when the White Australia group seized control.
This land was built by white Australians.
With every comment, there was...
Yeah, it was funny watching him as well. Like, he had to keep referring to his, like, clipboard. I was like, come on, man. Like, as if you don't have this rhetoric down pat. Like, at least these people back in the day, like 100 years ago, like Nazis and stuff like that, when they were out rallying, they were great orators. They were across this stuff. They were easily across this stuff. And this guy was fucking lackluster. Very underwhelming kind of guy.
Was more disquiet in the crowd.
These ethnics have formed enclaves, and now we can't even go there at our own lands.
It was a hate speech and wasn't winning over the majority.
Send them back. No debate, no discussion. We want to send them back to their lands.
When he finished, police ushered the group away. They were later spotted changing from their black garb into ordinary street clothes. A few blocks away, a march by the Refugee Action Coalition, a counter-protest that condemned the White Australia group.
The poisonous rhetoric that we're seeing from March for Australia today, trying to tap into people's legitimate fears about the lack of housing, about rising cost of living, and blaming migrants, blaming refugees.
This is a dog whistle towards Nazis. These people are standing with Nazis, and I will not stand for it.
Trying to be disguised as something patriotic when the
There he is. Bob Kata is Lebanese. Racists, go back to where you came from.
Standing with Nazis, and I will not stand for it.
trying to be disguised as something patriotic when they're actually something quite hateful.
In Melbourne, there was...
Okay, so here it is, all right? So I'm not sure. Indoctrinathan has been talking about people beating on some Aboriginals at a sacred place or something like that. So I'm not sure if this is the reference that you're talking to exactly. But so this is the violence. So like they've been waiting for this, the mainstream media. They need to focus in on the dangerous stuff. Just like with the Sydney Harbour Bridge stuff. Like all they focused on was like, oh, there was going to be a crusher event, so the police had to shut it down. And look, it looked very chill. It looked really fucking chill. But that's all they wanted to focus on was the crusher event on the Harbour Bridge. Oh my God. It was so dangerous. Perilous. Perilous was the rhetoric that the cops kept using. I think it was. So, anyway.
Was violence. Thousands clashing in the CBD as the March for Australia protesters clashed with pro-Palestinian marchers. An Australian flag was burned, a woman body slammed as violence escalated. And leading the March for Australia rally and given a prime speaking spot, notorious neo-Nazi Thomas Sewell.
We don't have a nation at the moment.
What name is that? Where do you get a name like that from?
Notorious.
Like, these guys are like pride themselves on Anglo, like, and white power. Sewell? What is that? What is that? We are looking at another gentleman by the name of Thomas Sewell. Fuck, I got that straight away. Did you see that? Can you please tell me the derivation of this surname? God, it would be hilarious if it was like, I don't know, from North Africa or something like that. Another, derived from a medieval personal name. Oh, it's Old English. Sigwield. Victory, rule or power. Victorious ruler, sea power, powerful in victory. So from Middle English. Topographical origin. It's Hamptonshire, Old English. There you go. Very Anglo then, I guess.
Neo-Nazi Thomas Sewell.
We don't have a nation at the moment, we've got a halfway house for the world.
Police caught in the middle.
The police are doing the most fantastic job, keeping us away. We're trying to do a march once. They're here every single weekend.
And in Adelaide, in a sea of flag.
So this is, you were at this one, right? Dilemmas? Was that right? You were in Adelaide? They all have Celtic names. They are traitors to their heritage. You'll know if you see a sign saying Camp Sovereignty and see a bunch of guys in black tearing down the flag. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dilemmas, you said that before. Thomas Sewell, oh, a nice, good, stompable head. You sound like an anti-fascist yourself, eh? There's only one good Nazi, they say, right? Yes, sir. That old woman was spat on by the left. Zero Fucks says. Man, where do you get your facts from? How do you know? Were you there? Maybe this is anecdotal. Maybe you were actually there and saw it.
A disturbing...
Yeah, there it is. There's this guy, again, with the ski glasses on. What's this about? Hey, I'm going to hit the slopes after this. We're going down to find Freeman, to find Desi.
To fugitive gunman Desi Freeman, on the run after allegedly killing 2 police officers on a property in Victoria. Mark Burrows, 9 News.
OK, let's go live now to Annalise Bolt at the Sydney Police Centre in Surrey Hills. Annalise, police here seem prepared.
Prepare for what?
Yes, Pete, there was a massive police presence, hundreds of officers keeping a close eye on the crowds. They say 15,000 people turned out for the March for Australia rally here in Sydney.
Well, there you go. This is actually interesting because this is where we wanted to get. Yeah, well, it doesn't sound Anglo. I'm sorry. It doesn't sound... I thought that was some, I don't know, Eastern European name or something like that. It doesn't sound traditionally Anglo-Saxon, but it's Old English. So it's a weird sounding name from an Anglo perspective, I must admit. I was there, so you saw the woman get spat on. Okay, fair enough. This is interesting. They're corroborating the sentiment that I was getting out of the organisers for yesterday's meeting. Yesterday's rally. And they were saying 15K, and these guys are saying 15K. What was the go with the protest on the Sydney Harbour Bridge then? Why? Why were they saying and reporting there was 90,000 people when there was other people reporting it was like triple the size of that? Why is there no discrepancy here? I thought they would want to suppress the numbers. But maybe there is a difference in how they portray this stuff. Got to drop. Got to earn some capital. Yes, good luck. I hope you earn capital for your capitalist overlord. Good luck to you. My best way to piss off Nazis is you look into their names and heritage and they get really salty because they actually care about that. Yeah, I know, right? Just like with the Bob Catter thing. That guy that said something about his heritage and he was pretty upset about that. Don't talk about you racist. I love when they use the racist card after hating the fact that people use that against them. They're quick to turn on it as fast as they can, as fast as they need to, I guess.
Between the counter-protest and the Palestine Action Group, there were a few thousand. Officers formed a ring of steel between the different groups to make sure that they didn't cross paths as they marched through the city. And while they escorted those neo-Nazis away, they have confirmed tonight that they won't be charged. There was just one woman arrested. She was handcuffed in Hyde Park, accused of breaching the peace after hurling abuse at pro-Palestinian protesters there. But overall, officers say that those that attended the rallies followed instructions and behaved well. Pete?
Annalise, thank you.
Followed instructions and behaved well. I guess that's one way of saying it. Like, everyone seemed pretty chill. And there was a surprising amount of families there. I really didn't expect to see that, to be honest. There was lots of people with prams and little kids and stuff like that. So you have a completely different vibe from the Melbourne one, by the sounds of it. Completely different. Maybe the numbers are easier to estimate on when groups are smaller than bigger. That's a bad point, actually. Yeah. Not profitable for the weapons industry, which I guess it seems like the police seem less fussed about. What happened? Not Nazis? Man. Not the Nazis. There's a bias there. Just look at how the cops complain about the cost of policing the march, but don't say anything about Palestine protests every week. Well, we were looking at that in a stream a few weeks ago, or whenever we did the post-mortem on the bridge march, and they were complaining about the cost of it, and they were saying that guy, what's the guy's name? Come on, Lee something, Lee, whatever his name is. The guy who's organized a protest for Palestine every single week, and he's done it since October 7 or something like that. They said that he has cost the taxpayer like $5 million because the police have to be there to babysit him all the time. So they were actually whinging about the cost of it. But like you were saying, that they were whinging about the costs yesterday. I'm sure they were, because there was a bit of a show of force. Josh Lees, that's the guy. That's your mate, 4IS. That's your mate. At least with how the Palestinian process was framed as apologetic. LOL. When the tariff's hot, will cookers blame immigration? So yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that'll be interesting. Imagine if, like, as well, like, Trump, like, over in the States, if Trump kind of, gets the migrant crisis under control, locks them all up, and then the cost of living crisis goes through the roof because of tariff policies, who's left to blame? Antifa, the radical left. They'll be next on the chopping block, that's for sure. Anyway, that was an interesting insight, I guess you could say. He freaked out about Trotsky liking the ALP back in the day. Trotsky based? You can tell the story, mystery. Oh yeah, because no, I'm pretty sure we talked about this last time. But that Josh Lees guy, the guy that's organized all the Palestinian rallies, me and 4AS rocked up to a what are they called? Socialist Alternative or Socialist Alliance? I think it's Socialist Alternative. We rocked up to one of their events, a Marxist event, and it was quite possibly just kind of a meetup for them, like to, I don't know, just discuss their inner workings of their group. It wasn't really about kind of, I guess, analyzing the state of the world from a Marxist perspective. It was more just a propaganda sharing session and a bit of a circle jerk fest for all of them. But anyway, we got escorted around the entire time because we were outsiders. When we rocked up, we were like, "Oh, we're here to learn about Marx," like kind of thing. And I was just like, "No one does that. Why are you guys here, honestly?" And we're like, "Well, the posters say this is a conference about Marxism. Like, that's why we came." And they were like really hyper suspicious of us. And so we got an escort the entire day. So like there was this one guy that got assigned to us, and he followed us to every single like lecture that they were doing. And like even when we had lunch, he had to sit next to us, and we were watched the whole time. Anyway, at the end of the day, these Josh Lee guys came up and was talking to us, and we got introduced to, I guess, the people that are the head of this organization, the Sydney branch. And 4AS was talking about Trotsky. We were talking about Trotsky, and 4AS was like, and they were shitting on the Labour Party. That's right, 4AS. And you were like, oh, but yeah, socialist alternative. That's the one. Yeah. And you were like, oh, well, isn't that funny though? Because even Trotsky, and these guys are Trotskyists. They're self-identified Trotskyists. And yeah, 4AS is like, isn't it funny how Trotsky, in his book, The Permanent Revolution, talks very highly, sings highly of the praises of the Australian Labor Party as a registered socialist party in the 1920s, I guess, or 1930s. Isn't that interesting how he really speaks highly of the Labor Party? And they all like choking, and Josh Lee's like, I don't know, I'll have to read that one again. And Forrest is like, it's there, check it out. He's speaking about it. He's like, oh, I don't know about that. I'll check it and I guess we'll get back to you. He's like, don't worry, bro, you don't have to check it. He's just telling you it's in there. So yeah, that was a funny encounter with Josh Lee's. 4AS shut him down. Have a little laugh. Imagine the cookers going full Maoist with their cultural revolution. I like Marxism, but not into Trotsky. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, he's a very divisive character, old Trotsky, isn't he? And there's a lot of people that have sullied the name of Trotsky, you know, speaking and doing things on his behalf, kind of thing. I'll get back to you, Barry. Yeah, well, you destroyed his day, didn't you, 4AS? All right, let's see if we can find, I don't know, let's have a look at and see if we can find this. Actually, you know what? We've got one here. Let's have a look at what you've put in the chat there, Indoctrinathan. Let's check it out. National Socialists storm Aboriginal sovereignty camp on Australia Day. On Australia Day? So this isn't yesterday. This is prior. This is ages ago. Is that right? Okay. Well, I guess we can have a look at this, but I do want to see stuff about the march.
Jesus. They're here. They've come. Relax. Relax. Please just leave. Please just leave. No. Oh, sorry, I thought you were our followers. Please just leave. Please just leave. No, stop fighting. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Stop. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Please stop fighting. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Please. Stop.
So I think that's from Australia Day, I guess. This is mislabeled. I think they're calling the marches Australia Day. Oh, okay. This was yesterday, but in Melbourne. No, this was yesterday. Okay, sorry. Interesting. All right, I'm going to get some more of this stuff then. The neo-Nazis versus the
But we begin tonight in Melbourne, where there's been running battles in the street between anti-immigration protesters and those demonstrating against them. Sydney.
These two, man.
In the faces to stop.
This is our... Remember we were watching that Fox News presentation and we were looking at the plastic people, like the plastic women on Fox News? Like this is as close as we get to the plastic people in Australia. 10 News, not Fox.
Tense moments, it seemed police were unable to stop the violence.
It was the worst case scenario. On one side,
the worst case
immigration
scenario.
Rally, a strong contingent of neo-Nazis at the front, pounding down Burke Street. On the other side, the pro-Palestinian group, not a single police officer in sight.
There's one right there.
Group, not a single police officer.
Isn't there? Yeah, right there. What are you talking about, you dumbass? But I'm telling you, the propaganda is so hard. Like they're just like it's war. Can't you see on Australian streets there's war? Nah, it's camp smoke. I have to go to work now. Goodbye. See you later, Juggo Potatoes. They say that they're just after immigrants. Then why attack First Nations people? No one is safe. This is true. And they get emboldened. It's a copper right there, man. These guys, they can't help themselves.
Inside. Palestinians formed a thin line to try and block
Palestinians. Are they? Are they Palestinians? How do you know?
the crowd. From there, it was an open street brawl. The March for Australia rally continued down the main road. Still no police, so the clashes continued. Here, a female protester seemingly knocked unconscious. This is the way it started.
From Ausbil and March for Australia.
Speeches flanked by riot police on the steps of Melbourne's Parliament House.
So we are in the...
Wait, is this your mate? 4AS, is this the guy that you were talking about? What's his name? And like, this is the guy that his parents are like, and grandparents, they're millionaires. And they own all this property. And he's, like, the developers. And he's up there talking about how mass immigration is a problem, destroying the country. And like, his own family is warping the housing supply. The media is really blowing the SNN numbers up. There was fuck all of them, and mostly got booed out by most. That's interesting because there was a similar vibe going on in Sydney. Like, people were not happy with those. King of Corn, just Nazis poisoning the well again. Media loves it. Never mention Hamas supporters at the pro-Palestinian, the pro-Pali protests. Yep. Hugo Lennon, that's the guy. Cokehead. Yeah, well, fuck. If daddy's a millionaire developer, you would be a massive cokehead, I guess, right? You do whatever you want. So what's his name? Leon Hugo Lennon. Lennon. Hey? I wonder if he's related to the Lennon. I kid. Hugo Lennon. Yeah, this is the guy. He used to be a staunchy lefty. Now Robbie is. This is the dude, yeah. All right. What's his... Oh, he has a channel, I'm assuming. Right. We'll have to look it up.
The street demanding an end to mass immigration.
But as the march got started, skirmishes on almost every street corner. Not enough police, or simply too many protesters. Neo-Nazis, this time no masks, and during the day. Here, the group's leader, Thomas Sewell.
What do you hope changes? To stop immigration. Is there a limit, or what are you talking about? Stopping immigration. Completely. We want to stop immigration, yeah. Some people say 5 years, some people say 20 years. Let's stop immigration so we can create a nation. We don't have a nation at the moment. We've got a halfway house for the world.
It was a day Melbourne would rather forget. Violence and hatred, a city divided.
I'm bloody 80 in a couple of weeks.
This is the lady. Who was speaking about her before? Fact checks. I think it was. This is the lady got spit on.
Would rather forget. Violence and hatred, a city divided.
Oh yeah, she spat at him.
I'm bloody 80 in a couple of weeks, and I've come here today to show my support for Australia. We're trying to do a march once. They're here every single weekend.
and something no one wants to see.
Oh my
the
God.
burning of the Australian
No
flag.
respect for the elderly.
The thin blue line eventually arrived. The two groups separated, police constantly rushing to plug the gaps. Media crews, yes, but also plenty of people filming the protest themselves or broadcasting live, further inflaming their supporters.
He's my brother. This isn't about race. We want change. 5 items at Coles, $100. Are you serious? $600 to $700 for a 3-bedroom home out in Frankston.
And
Did you hear that? Working class issues, eh? I know there's probably a cover for some of the other stuff this guy's going on about, let's be honest, but 5 things at Coles costs $100? People are just pissed off generally. It's unfortunate they get displaced or, you know, redirected and their energy is channeled onto things that have unfortunately no long-term benefit to them. They get a bit riled up about migration and it's just a waste of everyone's energy and time. I'm impressed. We never have protests like this. So calm and peaceable. Generally calm. Zero effects. Yeah, that's her. Okay. David, I'm not sure if you're being sarcastic or not, but like generally it was quite peaceful. But like some of this stuff is obviously not. No looting, shooting. Oh, that's what you mean. Arson. Very civilized. Yeah, actually, when talking about like, you know, looting and like arson and stuff like that, that's actually a really good point. I was really surprised when I went along to a protest in Paris and like everyone was so chill with everyone just like smashing shit up and burning stuff. And like everyone was just like, oh yeah, just like everyone just kind of like parted to let a fire engine in just so it could like put out all of these random fires that have been started by people all over the place. And yeah, like everyone was just really like, yeah, this is just what happens. I was like, well, fuck it, this is crazy. The person that I was with was kind of like, yeah, it's fine. This is just normal. I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. That's what you mean. Yeah, fair enough. It's an interesting observation. Different culture. Different culture.
While the March for Australia rallies were planned in every
Is that a bad thing? Well, like, it just depends what your objective is. If your objective is to get as many eyeballs on there and give the media something to talk about, then fucking, be as crazy as you can be. But like, if you're trying to be more persuasive to a broader audience, then yeah, you just kind of march for the sake of it. That's why I said, like, there were kids yesterday at this rally that I went to, and like, you wouldn't see that in Paris. You wouldn't have seen people bringing their families out, that's for sure, because they just know what's going down, like, kind of thing. It's a cultural thing. I jokey. I swear, I jokey. The country would be nothing without migrants. Dale Jenner in the house. Yeah, well, fair enough. It's a good fucking point. Like, look at this guy, eh? Not your usual blonde Anglo. He spent a bit of time in the sun there.
In Sydney, the city was booked out. Not only was there the March for Australia protesters, there was also anti-protests or marches in direct opposition. Add the regular Sunday pro-Palestine group gathering, and then 35,000 runners from all over the world in the Sydney Marathon. What could go wrong? 10 News Plus had reporters to start and finish the day with each of the main groups. Brianna Parkins with the anti-protesters and Claudia Vrdoljak with the crowd from March for Australia. Police very aware they had to keep the three groups apart.
Well, this is the March for Australia at Sydney's Bell.
They just, they hamp up the drama so much. They just can't help themselves, seriously. I got a hot news scoop for you on this. On the Schmoop versus Robux beef, straight from C Block. Interesting. Well, hit us up, Mr. Cinnamon Cat. There's so many people in the chat today that I haven't seen before. But yeah, welcome to the newbies.
Belmore Park. It's just kicking off now and there are hundreds of people gathering around with Australian flags. The one rule for this protest was no foreign flags, and you can clearly see that around me today. So far it's quite peaceful. They say they are protesting against mass immigration.
I'm marching today against sustainability to the country.
What does that mean?
Well,
Against sustainability to the country. Hello, nice to meet you. Hello, welcome and welcome. Welcome to the chat. Tell us why you're here, actually. How did you find the channel, please? Is this a recent thing, or have you been around for a bit? Lurking. Hey, we've had a few lurkers over the months. But if you're new to the chat, yeah, tell us why you're here. We'd like to know more. No, I want to hear this guy. I want to hear what he has to say.
today against sustainability to the country.
What does that mean?
Well, mass immigrations.
What was that? Why are we talking G like that in the video? Why are we talking G like that in the video? Man, imagine they have police horses charge into a reporter, and the news report is reporter wasn't careful, she ran into police horses. The migrants G jobs that the Australians don't want to do. I'm assuming you mean that, yeah, the migrants do all the jobs that the Australians... Oh, Ollie Atlas is in the house. Welcome. Thanks for doing the roll call. Welcome. Thanks for doing that. Yeah, what does he mean by anti-sustainable? I think he means he's protesting because he wants more sustainable approaches to things.
Ability to the country.
What does that mean?
Well, mass immigrations, like it's driving prices through the roof, and people don't see that.
The protest has been labelled by some as racist. What would you say about that?
No, it's not racist. We're allowed to question. Freedom of speech. This is what we're here for today, freedom of speech.
On the other side of the city, the anti-protest. Smaller numbers, more vocal.
So as you can see behind us, there is a large police presence that's going to increase as we get to the area where the two marches are going to run parallel to each other. We've seen riot squad cars, we've seen the tunnel to Central Station blocked off, with the police trying to control these two groups from coming together.
All the people except the Aboriginal people that have come to this country have been immigrants or were brought here as convicts. These people have built Australia to the great country that it is.
Immigrants are welcome here!
Crowd numbers are hard to judge. The anti-protest in the hundreds. The March for Australia in the tens of thousands. Flags, banners and BYO Vegemite.
And I've come down here today because I'm a patriot of this country. I've got one word to say to the Prime Minister. Albo, get We are here supporting Australia today. You're fired!
Why did you bring your daughter here today?
Fucking hell. I don't know if I put Vegemite, or that much Vegemite on my face anyway. That's crazy. Oh yeah, that's just because you have freedom of speech doesn't mean unspoken cultural rules don't apply concerning speech. That's funny. That's funny. Migrants doing jobs they don't want to do, yeah. War paint. I know, what fucking war paint? That's mental. Man, some people just, I don't know, man. Whatever. They did it for the camera, I guess. Probably makes him feel good.
Because she doesn't have a future if we don't stand.
Whoa.
Why did you bring your daughter here today?
Because she doesn't have a future if we don't stand today.
Now this is the point where the two marches could intersect, and as you can see behind me, there's quite a large police presence. There was actually 2 columns of police separating these marches. Now what we're seeing here is smaller crowd numbers than what we've seen in the last couple of weeks. Organisers have told us that some members of the Palestine Action Group were a bit nervous about starting the march here. They're meeting the other marchers up at Hyde Park to stop any kind of conflict or clash between these two marches today.
They want to blame us for the crises in this country, for the cost of living crisis.
Police would eventually escort them out, but here in Sydney, just like Melbourne, neo-Nazis among those at the rally.
So you're proud to be, you said,
You need to leave me, mate. Yes.
And you're proud to be racist?
Yes, of course.
Put our race first.
We put our race first. And That's the beliefs that we hold. Of course we're proud of them. All the men in our organisation are proud to be racist.
Are you neo-Nazis?
Yes, we're national socialists, yes.
Despite the clash of multiple protests and sporting events, Sydney was thankfully mostly peaceful.
I'm already suing the commissioner. You idiots!
It really does feel like a tale of two cities today. Behind me, thousands are gathering in the park for a pro-Palestine rally. They're talking about the deaths of children, the deaths of journalists. And behind me is the Sydney Marathon playing, while Sophie Ellis-Bextor is playing a dance song. It really just gives you a sense of the craziness of Sydney City today.
I love that reference, right? Tale of Two Cities, eh? Vegemite blackface is crazy. That's hilarious. Mark, that's probably your best comment of the day. That is potentially the best comment of the day. Vegemite blackface. Oh, man. Just history repeating itself as capitalism squeezes the people and they need something to blame. There it is. And that's pretty much the summation of all of this, right? It's just like groups of people looking to express their built-up frustration by blaming each other and pointing the fingers when they're all really united by the fact that they all live under the same pressures. They're in a class of people, materially speaking, from an economic sense, that are subjugated generally by the system being a mode of production based on capital. And so, yeah, express yourselves divided and you will continue to be conquered by this system. Very interesting. Man, I understand not wanting to get people hurt in a rally, but man, come on. They're neo-Nazis. You should face them head on. That's what the Antifa is all about. Antifa is defined by that. It's really funny because like Antifa's taken on a life of its own and people think it's like an organization or something that exists. But like really, Antifa only exists in contradistinction to neo-Nazis. You can't really have Antifa otherwise. It only exists in the anti-sense. And so, yes, take them on. Go for it. Bring them down. Bring the neo-Nazis down. History has shown us what happens when you let them go and do their own thing. Mark, come around for a drink sometime. You've got a fan there. You've got a fan and you've got a hater too. That's the crazy thing. Everyone kind of fundamentally believes the same thing. They just interpret it in different ways. Yes. We talked heavily about interpretation the other day. Like that guy that was talking about the fact that every time he goes to Coles, he goes to the shopping centre and he's standing there with his black mates by the look of it. And it's like, every time I go to the shops and buy 5 things at Coles, it costs $100. That's outrageous. And so like, all he's talking about is the fact that he's getting squeezed by the free market system. And like he's expressing that by saying that he's going to march against mass immigration. Like that's the thing that's going to solve everyone's problems. Could you imagine if they, like tomorrow, they just cut migration to zero? They said, that's it, country's closed. That's it, not happening anymore. The problems don't just disappear overnight. I guess that's what needs to happen potentially, just to show these people that like it will persist, the problem. So your displaced angst is simply that. It's displaced. It's been channeled in the wrong direction. It's unfortunate the interpretation is the issue here. It really is. Oh, that was you, Indoctrinathan. Oh, sorry. Apologies. Not sure if it was war paint. I think he just ran out of Vegemite before he could do full blackface. Oh, that was you. Sorry. That was the call of the day. There it is. There's someone using Vegemite. Oh my God. Could you imagine? And he'd be, he'd never want it seen that way either. Everyone needs to watch a movie, A Day Without a Mexican. Oh, interesting. Okay. I've never heard of this movie before. I might have to add it to my list. Didn't Antifa exist more organized 100 years back, so it could be more organized? In Italy, Arditi di Popolo. Yes, it existed. It came, like I said, like it came about as a response to fascism. So wherever it rose, people that stood against it were considered anti-fascists. They called themselves anti-fascists. And it was typically, you know, fucking communists and working people, because the fascists originally, especially in the Italian and the German sense, were people that were kind of deployed by capitalists to kind of terrorize working people that were protesting and organizing. And so it was generally, organizing workers and commies anyway that used to form the ranks of Antifa in the original days. Prosperity is a great cure for racism. Yeah, but it has to be distributed. And the distribution scale, and something that I guess a lot of these people aren't talking about here that I haven't really touched on, it's not just neoliberal issues. Like the disparity that comes with the rise in inequality is a massive factor as well. Like a lot of these people, especially in Australia, I don't know about the American context if it's the same, but like wealth was much more evenly distributed, you know, a generation or two ago. We had a healthier middle class, and, you know, the flow-on effects of stark inequality in terms of wealth and income inequality does polarize those on the top and those on the bottom. And then people, when they feel the burn of that, they don't have access to as much of the prosperity, as you're saying, David. They turn to easy solutions for things, and like for people to blame. I don't think the media has realized getting people to admit they're neo-Nazi isn't the gotcha moment it used to be. That's fucking hilarious. That's hilarious. It's true, right? Like, look at that guy. It was like, yeah, I'm racist and I'm a fucking Nazi. I'm a National Socialist. What's your fucking problem? Anti-fascists are more organized in the Middle East, to be honest, than in the West. Yeah, well, you know, the types of people that stock the anti-fascist groups are your inner city, eastern suburbs types, to be honest. You know, they're not people that live in the West, really. Middle class has been dead for 40 and 50 years in the US. Yeah. Yeah, it's a sad. Inequality is the highest predictor of a country's crime percentage, even higher than low income in general. That's very interesting. But yeah, the death of the middle class, like, you know, it's a dog whistle for a lot of stuff, so you got to be careful using it. But like it really does have ramifications, I think, for civil unrest. Because if people don't have stuff to lose, even, you could argue that like they'll get more angry, and, you know, they feel like, yeah, whatever, I'm gonna take matters into my own hands. Holy Atlas, David, it depends what kind of prosperity, as racists may use a biased bank to make their ideals look good. All right, well, look, I think we've kind of done this one as much as we can. There is actually one thing that I wanted to put out, and it was it's Jungle Potatoes that actually put me onto this. I'm going to do something really self-absorbed, I guess you can call it. And I'm going to look up my own channel and stream and like do a clip from one of the interviews from yesterday. Because this person caught me off guard. In my hunt for young people, I was looking for... I found a young person right at the end and interviewed her. And yeah, I want to go over that interview and watch that here. And then figure out who she is, because she caught me off guard, who she really is yesterday. And Jungle Potatoes did some very interesting reconnaissance work on that. So let's have a little look-sees here. Like I said, we're going to stream my stream in a stream, which is some Inception shit. We're going to do it. So we're going to stream inside a stream, inside a stream. March for Australia, Sydney. quick look at this. He's earmarked everything. What a legend. Is this the chick here, I think? No. That's just my head.
Do you mind if I ask you a quick question?
All right. Fuck, it's so quiet.
Definitely. Do you mind if I flip the camera? Yeah, sure. Okay. Why'd you come out today?
Well, I came out because I love my country. That's the main reason.
Fair
I'm
enough.
sick and tired of people burning our flag, shaming on our country. We have a beautiful history.
Yeah.
We have a beautiful culture. We need one culture.
Yeah.
I didn't like the neo-Nazi thing. That's just a shame because a lot of the people here want to come here because we love Australia.
Yeah.
You know, my mum's an immigrant,
Yeah.
but she loves this country. She's assimilated to the Australian way of life.
Yeah.
And I think that's what it means to be Australian.
Yeah. Yeah.
This whole white Australia, there's no such thing as a one white person, one white Australian.
Yeah, yeah.
We've got Irish Australians, we've got English Australians. They used to hate it.
So if you're wondering what she's going on about and what we're discussing, we've just come off watching like basically an hour and a half of fucking speeches, and like it was dragging at the end. Let's be honest, it was tough, and at the end, the white supremacists kind of took over and like started saying their piece and speaking heavily about how Australia's just for white people and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, she's 100% a mix. Yeah, I reckon she is a mix as well. Well, she said she is. She said her mum's a migrant and she assimilated, and so like everybody else should assimilate too. Take it or leave that in terms of the meaning there.
Each other.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit disappointed because I think we started off really well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they sort of hijacked it.
Yeah.
But I think the majority of the people, at least people I've had conversations with, they all just want a free Australia, a happy Australia, put Australians first.
Yeah.
And that includes immigrants who assimilate.
Yeah, 100%. And did you think like it was a good show today in terms of numbers and all that sort of stuff?
I was actually pretty impressed.
Yeah.
I didn't think too. I was a bit worried, and I think you get labelled a neo-Nazi or a racist. So I thought, I don't know if I'll come because I don't think there'll be a lot of people. But I'm actually pretty impressed.
Yeah.
And I'm so impressed with the amount of Australian flags.
Yeah. And did you come from the park as well? Did you walk up?
Yes, so I walked.
Okay.
But look, I am a little bit disappointed because I think it sort of got hijacked towards the end.
The open mic part?
Yeah, I think that wasn't a good idea because people are a bit radical, but I'm actually, I don't know.
Yeah. I was actually quite surprised about the demographic. It seems that there's not as many young people as I thought would be here.
That's the thing, because I think I go to uni here.
Okay.
And
So Sydney Uni was just behind us when we were having this chat.
all the people around my age in my cohort absolutely hate Australia. It's the stolen land argument. It's the race.
See, at the point of watching this, interviewing her, I was kind of like, well, fuck, that's interesting, because I guess for her and being at Sydney University, it's potentially a hotbed of the kind of radical left, quote unquote, rhetoric, which is, all Australia is on stolen land and always was, always will be. And so she seemed like a radical outlier because she's, I don't know, rocking up to a March for Australia protest, which would be, I guess, heavily in contradiction to the type of people that she would be going to uni with, who are liberal minded, and I use liberal in the American sense there, so like progressive or lefties, if you can argue like that. And I was just like, well, maybe she's just a very strong-willed person, and she doesn't mind, being amongst her friends who are that way inclined and still saying, no, I love Australia and I'm going to go along. But like the plot will thicken when we investigate who she is.
Argument, so they hate Australia.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. But I think we're also, people of my age are pretty cautious about this neo-Nazi thing, and it's really a shame.
Yeah.
Because I think like 70 plus, like I would say 90% of the people here,
Well, there seemed to be a lot of conflict in the crowd anyway when that stuff was going on.
Yeah, exactly right.
And by the time all that happened, most people have disappeared.
Well, that's
by the look of it.
right.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm sort of happy that I saw a lot of Australian flags, a lot of patriotism.
Yeah.
But I think we have a lot to work on.
Yeah. And will you come? They talked about having more of these. Will you come back again, Johnny?
I'll probably have to look into organising wise, because I do think that they were allowed. I think it was sort of planned.
Yeah.
But definitely, if you know, I can just celebrate my country and the fact that I'm proud to be an Australian.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Well, there you go. We've nabbed a young person finally.
All right, so she presents as a nonconformist young person that loves her family. Yeah, relatable. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Hate seems strong. Conjecture, Your Honor. This is the court of streamer opinion over here. I think nationalism is gross in itself. Interesting. And let me ask you then, do you see there to be a difference between nationalism and patriotism? Because this is where the devil is in the detail, I think. White Australia never existed. It was always black land. Handsome man. Yeah, stop it, Squid. Stop it. So, anyway, Jungle Potatoes over on the Discord has done some digging, and I don't know exactly if he explained how he found this out. Where did he put it? On the general chat? Where is it? I gotta find this, man. It's crazy. Censored comments, general chat. Wouldn't read about it, no. Damn, where is it? Where did he put it? Is it in the stream chat, maybe? Yeah, stream chat. Okay, here she is. Here's the lady herself. So yeah, I think nonconformist is a really interesting way of saying it. I thought she's just non-conforming to the general university vibe that everyone just hates the country and stuff. But she seems to be a small influencer herself. So she's got a couple of thousand followers. She gets tens of thousands of views on some of her videos. She, you know, the one from yesterday, she did mention that she was coming from the park, and that's her document coming from the park there. I Love Australia, CPAC Network. What is that? Interesting. But the claim that is being made here is this was the girl who went to Sydney Uni on the stream. The speech has just ended. She's legit a huge Liberal Party shill. That's interesting. So she's a Liberal Party. She's associated with the Liberal Party somehow. One foreigner enters Australia every 53 seconds. So like it's all very anti. I'm propaganda. I'm not falling for. Abortion equals healthcare. Labor stands for the working class. Socialism works. Modern day feminism. Men in women's sports. God isn't real. Alcohol. Dogs are better than cats. Thousands of Australians celebrate Radical Greens leader Adam Bant losing his seat. Yeah, so she's apparently, there she is. Is that a Peter? Your next Prime Minister. Here's her post about Peter Dutton.
Because there's nothing about me that's relatable.
Whoa. Fuck, that was loud.
Because there's nothing about me that's relatable.
Look at that guy, man. Look at that guy. There's only one way to vote this election. Liberal Party. So that's why her friends don't get along with her at university, it would seem. Especially if they're the type that are, chanting usual stuff about Australia not having any claim to the land and all that sort of stuff. Because she seems to be pro-Liberal Party. Now, I don't know if she's an actual shill, like in terms of she's somehow related to the Liberal Party or not. But that's the claim that Jungle Potatoes is making. So it's interesting. So these are the types of people that were coming down to the rally the other day, it would seem. Quite a broad cross-section, and she seemed to be very disenchanted, disillusioned by the fact that there were neo-Nazis that were taking over the rally, let's call it. She'll be giving people tutorials to dress like Gina Reinhardt. Can't believe you interviewed a Liberal Party shill. Yes. I know. Well, there you go. There you go. Cats are better than dogs for sure. Oh, Jag, my God, look at you. Hey, so much controversy in the stream today. I don't see much difference in my opinion. Well. Interesting. Okay, let me ask you this question then, Jag. Let's say you were this way inclined, and I have no idea whether you are or not, but if you were the sporting person and you were watching the Olympics, would you cheer for your country? If you would, is that out of a love for your country or your culture or for patriotic purposes, or like what is it for? Is it nationalistic to... No, you wouldn't cheer for your country. You're not giving me much to work with here. Oh, man. Okay, fine. Whatever. But like, if you were that way inclined, would that be? I could not care less about my... I guess you mean I could not care less about my country. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, look, I've got to say, like, I don't mind people having pride for their nation and for their country or for their culture. I think culture is the real thing. National boundaries are really just bourgeois conceptions to help divvy up the world into separate markets so they can be controlled better for the ease of world trade and profit making. Like capitalists through colonial activities went into new areas and set up national boundaries so they could divvy up markets. They didn't bloody care about the local populations having national autonomy. And like a lot of the nations that you see in places like the Pacific and like in South America and stuff like that, like they got national boundaries because, they needed to put borders somewhere as they were dividing up the world for their bourgeois interests. And so like these nations got sovereignty by default as a result of bourgeois ethics as opposed to anything else. But like, having cultural pride and all that sort of stuff, I think is valid and completely appropriate. But yeah, look, the nationalism is unfortunately a product of just simply the economic mode that we live in, and has been used to justify a lot of atrocities. Let's be honest. You can pin people against each other on national boundaries and justify atrocious things. But yeah, having pride in your culture, I don't think there's a problem with that at all, actually. Or pride in your nation, if that's the way you describe your cultural pride, because you like your national sporting team or something like that. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that type of sentiment, but when it's weaponized, then it is obviously a problem. I think having pride in the history of your fellow workers is great. Hey, like the Eureka Stockade, that was an interesting stream. I liked when we did that. That was a great one. I do, but it's purely tribalist reasons than patriotic reasons. Tribalism can be really a positive thing if directed properly, like through sports. It's a community builder. Yeah, you got to give something for people to show solidarity with. Solidarity is a huge factor. All right, so we're going to switch things up now. I'm going to be looking at something very, I think, controversial that's coming out of the States at the moment. There seems to have been, someone has gone through and exposed the secret dark money behind some massive lefty American influencers out there. Her name is Taylor Lorenz, if you've been across her stuff before. But like, she seems to be taking claim to this exposing of the millions and millions of dollars of dark money that's coming through the Democratic Party machine and being filtered into influencers. And so like, you've probably come across these people before. You've probably seen them on social media, especially on YouTube. They are big YouTubers, some of these people, and they have just been ousted by her as taking dark money through this secretive organization called Chorus, who puts them up and like feeds them, channels them money, and like gives them political spotlight on interviews with high Democratic figures. And it's just exposing kind of the dark inner workings of the Democratic Party as it scrambles to deal with an era now. Like now we're, deep into the 21st century. This isn't the early 2000s anymore. It's 2025. And a democratic machine that scrambles to actually understand the landscape, which is social media. And they're doing it, and they're just doing it really bad. And when they get exposed, it looks even worse. So we're going to investigate this now, because again, these are probably influences that you have come across. So we're going to have a look into that. That's why I asked her, how do you define Australian culture? Because being settler colony nations, our cultures are just a melting pot of everyone else's culture. Yes. 100%. Yeah, it is. It is. And I think therefore you could make an easy argument that our culture is cosmopolitan, or the evil word from yesterday, multicultural. It is multicultural, but like certain things assume an element of becoming the home culture. Like I'm pretty sure hot dogs, right? And pretzels and stuff like that, like hot dogs, less obvious, but pretzel, very obvious, is German, but like it's pretty Americana now, especially hot dogs. Like that's literally that's just German. Like they're German sausages, right? And they've been incorporated into the Americana. And it's American now, I'm assuming, right? It's really, really American. So like there are certain things that come out of that melting pot that end up becoming like a national characteristic, I would say, as a result of that settler nation. But yes, I think in Australia there's a big tie to the land and the unique flora and fauna that comes in this country, and preserving that sense of balance with the country, let's say, somehow. Although it doesn't always happen. And there is a big emphasis on the heritage and the link between us and the UK. So whether that's like support for the Royals straight off the bat, or like recognition of our colonial status and convict stock, more penal colony kind of stuff, as opposed to the Americas being like functional colonies that are like economic hubs, and like the new world, let's call it, like literally an expression of trying to find a new start, whereas Australia was not a new start. It was a prison on the other side of the world, basically, I guess. Anyway, American hot dogs are disgusting. Look, stop being so un-American, all right? Same sense in America, as it's a mix between English, Spanish, and French, native and other cultures. Yeah, and the French were very significantly influential on America, especially in the South, right? Triple stack of burgers are America. Why Americans are so fat, LOL. Most American culture is taken from native people or slave culture. It's just hamburgers and hot dogs. That came from Europe. Even the porch comes from Africa. Gavin Page, let's unite. All right, we're going to have a quick break. And then, like I said, we're going to be looking into, this drama, I guess you would call it, that's come out of this revelation that there's dark money behind some pretty important Democrat influences. And like one of them is an interesting one for us. You might find this to be notable, and we'll get into him. But like I've had my issues or my reservations about this guy, and they seem to be confirmed now. He's a fucking Democrat shill, which makes sense. Yeah. Listen to Beyonce and Kendrick. America culture is black. Well, like, it's kind of, then I would argue that is American culture then, because the blacks that you're talking about there are not the ones that have developed that culture in any way but on American soil. Whatever the conditions are that brought them there is obviously of debate, but they've produced that American culture. So I'm assuming what you're saying is American culture is black American culture. I'm assuming that's what you mean, and what we're talking about. Think about the Enlightenment and how many of those ideas were appropriated from South American and Africa. Well, a lot of them were actually appropriated. The ideas of the Enlightenment were from the Americas generally, and the European interactions with the Americas. So yeah, it's an interesting point. Interesting point. All right, quick break. We'll be back with some more. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back. So yeah, we're going to be looking into, we're going to shift gears now to a new topic. And we're going to be looking at, so this is called, this video or this hit piece by Taylor Lorenz, if you've ever come across her before, is called The Secret Democrat Influencer Funding Programs Revealed. And so after the Democrats lost in November, they faced a reckoning. It was clear that the party had failed to successfully navigate the new media landscape, while Republicans spent decades building a powerful and robust independent media infrastructure, maximizing controversy to drive attention, and maintaining tight relationships with creators. Despite their small disagreements with Trump, the Democrats have largely relied on outdated strategies and traditional media to get their message out. So she's apparently done a scathing kind of critique of the Democratic Party, but then also, sorry, the Democratic machine in terms of how it integrates with, how it integrates with social media, basically, and influencers, especially, so content creators, and how the Democratic Party has snubbed, basically, content creators and influencers on the left, and now she's kind of come out, and now they've come out, and they're supporting like left-wing or Democrat associated or pro-Democrat content creators. They're happily supporting them, but they're doing it in a very underhanded way, and like a very in a way that's kind of not very well. It's not transparent, and it just doesn't look good. Like, honestly, it really doesn't look good, apparently. So anyway, why can't I see certain comments on here? Thomas Surridge also ruined the day. All the atlas racists often project by comparing immigration to colonization. Interesting. I don't know. There's certain comments that aren't getting through to me here. David said before, I'd argue that American English and British English are becoming increasingly separate languages. I get a headache when I hear a British accent, though thankfully not an Australian accent. Yeah, thank God. That's interesting. And there's a cultural difference too, right? It's like I've heard French people say that when they hear French, like Canadian people speak, it's difficult. It's difficult, and they don't particularly like it, which is funny. With French on French hate going on there. Blue MAGA funding. Yeah, we're going to go look into the dark side of blue MAGA funding for us. That's right. That's where we're at now. All right. Let us... I'm not going to watch this whole thing. It's 48 minutes. I wish you had some timestamps in there. She basically, for the first 20 minutes, gives the whole history of like how the Republicans have been using social media and stuff like that. I'm not going to go through that.
Names online posting in support of the Democrats. Millions of anymore strongly about pushing to be Gen Z. Walter Cronkite posted to the Harness, a Gen Z news influencer who has been called the Gen Z Walter Cronkite, posted to the chat, quote, I don't feel strongly about pushing, to be honest, in regards to the contract. Quote, they...
Okay. Well off there.
And political leaders ruffled the feathers of influencer management companies and talent agencies as well, whose job it is to negotiate opportunities for their talent. Representatives for big name creators told me that they felt like Chorus was luring their clients.
All right. We're going to read the article first, actually. So she's written an article exposing this. So let's have a quick look at that. And then we'll come back and watch this. So here's her article in Wired. I hope you guys can see that properly there. God, I think it's completely in the window. That's great. Here she is. By Taylor Lorenz. Politics. A dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. Isn't that interesting, right? Oh, man, I didn't even get to read the thing. Son of a... All right, let's see if I can actually get this another way. Yeah, gotcha. All right, let's have a look. So in private, a group chat in June, dozens of Democratic political influencers discussed whether to take advantage of an enticing opportunity. They were being offered $8,000 per month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering democratic messaging on the internet. But in the contract sent to them from Chorus, the non-profit arm of the liberal influencer marketing platform, came with some strings. All right. Can you help me find the website for Chorus? This seems to be an organization that deals with liberal influences. This is Chorus. We are Chorus. Okay, so this is an organization, reportedly, that has been put together with money from donors who were kind of worried, I guess, about the fact that, like, I think the argument is, like, Joe Rogan won the election for Trump. And so, like, there was a lot of backlash after Trump won his second term, and everyone was like, oh, we need a left-wing Joe Rogan. And, like, that was, like, the message coming. That was the lesson that Democrats learned from I guess their shameful defeat with their puppet Kamala Harris. And there was the lesson they took was just like, oh, we just need a Joe Rogan. There's nothing wrong with our policy or our positions as a centrist party that doesn't care about the working class. No. It's not that. It's definitely the fact that we don't have our own Joe Rogan. And so this organization seems to have come out of the woodwork and supports, Democrat influencers who specifically are aligned with the Democratic Party in terms of they would never speak critically of it. They only ever toe the party line, pretty much, which is something that we've talked about quite a lot here, I think. If you can't beat them, join them. That's right. That's pretty much it, right? That's what the Democrat playbook on this one. So straight off, like, if you just go to their website, it's just about donations. This is just a vehicle for fundraising so they can pump money into influencers. And so if you see some left-wing influencers that you like out there and you notice some of these people, it may be the case that they're being funded and contracted to, look at this, like, you can't do anything. It's just get in touch or just to donate. That's really all you can do. Okay, here we go. Join the Chorus creator community. Facts. All right, let's figure out some facts. Okay, there's nothing there. It's a 501c4 nonpartisan nonprofit organization. Where are the facts? Okay. Am I missing something here? Okay, here we go. What are the benefits of joining Chorus? Will I be paid to create content? Who funds Chorus? We're grateful to those who understand the importance of investing in the independent media ecosystem to make sure content creators have access to training and tools that help them grow. Your privacy and safety is a top priority for us, and therefore we do not list individual participants in the program. We also ask Chorus members to refrain from discussing program details for these reasons. So, like, they just find influencers that are acceptable for the Democratic Party machine, and they put them on contracts, and they have to toe the party line. But, like, mum's the word. They're not supposed to speak about this stuff. They're not supposed to speak about it at all. So that's the situation. Let's get back to it. So the contract sent to them from Chorus, the non-for-profit arm of a liberal influencer marketing platform, came with some strings. Among other issues, it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. In their group chat, influencers debated the details. Should we send a joint email with all our email addresses, or are we just going to send things separately, like hope they change everything for everyone? Lorenzo, a non-binary creator in Columbus, Ohio, with over 884,000 TikTok followers, asked the group. Some joked about collective bargaining. Any Newsy fans here? Eliza Orlins, a public defender and reality TV star known for her appearance on Survivor, posted in the group, "We're a union just by saying so." The influencers in the chat collectively had at least 13 million followers across socials. They represented some of the most well-known voices online, posting in support of Democrats, and they're key to whatever the party moves next. But ultimately, the group didn't make much progress. For years, Democrats have struggled to work with influencers. In 2024, President Joe Biden's White House snubbed several prominent content creators after they lightly criticized the administration over its policies on climate change, COVID, Gaza, and the TikTok ban. Content creators who challenged Kamala Harris, including Hassan Piker, a well-known influencer on the left, were similarly unwelcome at campaign events. After the Democrats lost in November, they faced a reckoning. It was clear that the party had failed to successfully navigate the new media landscape, while Republicans spent decades building a powerful and robust independent media infrastructure, maximizing controversy to drive attention, and maintaining tight relationships with creators. Despite their small disagreements with Trump, the Democrats have largely relied on outdated strategies and traditional media to get their message out. Now, Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creator Incubator Program, so what's that? Because there was a fact about it. What is the application like to become an incubator member? Our online application asks you to provide information about your existing platform, content strategy, and growth plans, and why you are interested in our program. Your application is reviewed by a 5-member panel and scored blindly. Applicants with a clear vision for their platform and growth plans get high marks, so the more information you can share, the better. The top scores for the numbers of available slots are notified of their acceptance, provided with program contracts for review, and are able to participate in Q&A sessions with the team about the program. So you have to be inducted into this hall of democratic influences. So Chorus Incubator Program, funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund. What is that? The 1630 Fund. Let's have a look. Liberal dark money behemoth funneled more than 400 million in 2020. A left-leaning secret money group doled out a whopping 410 million in 2020, aiding Democratic efforts to unseat then President Donald Trump and win back control of the Senate. The group, the 1630 Fund, financed attack ads on Trump and vulnerable Republican senators and funded massive get out the vote and issue advocacy campaigns amid the coronavirus pandemic, as detailed in the new tax filing obtained by Politico. It exploded in size during the Trump administration, going from a few tens of millions of dollars per year to raising and spending hundreds of millions of dollars a year. The 1630s Fund's multi-million-dollar grants single-handedly powered some other organizations on the left and also incubated other groups as fiscal sponsor that fought against Trump's Supreme Court nominees, backed liberal ballot measures and policy proposals in different states, and organized opposition to Republican tax and healthcare policies. Okay, so like it's just a massive... Is it like a super PAC then or something? What is it? What's it called again? What what's it called? 1630 Fund. Let's find out. Is the a super PAC? Okay, it's not a super PAC. The 1630 Fund is a 501c4 non-profit social welfare organization under US tax law. That status allows it to engage in issue advocacy, climate change, healthcare, democratic reform, spend money to influence elections, but is not required to disclose all of its donors. Hence the dark money label. Channel large sums of into progressive campaigns and initiatives through fiscally sponsored projects like Chorus, as Taylor Lorenz reported. Super PAC, registered with the FEC, can raise and spend unlimited money on elections, but must disclose the donors. So that's the difference. These guys don't disclose the donors. And I think that's why this is considered nefarious, because nobody knows who's funding Chorus, who's funding all of these left-wing or pro-democrat influences. And they're people that you know as well. I'll just get a list for you. I'll ask you for a list. Can you give me an example of some of the high-profile commonly known influencers that have been associated with Chorus as part of this investigation? So, like, I guess this isn't really that controversial because, you know, this happens anyway. Like, everybody knows that these people are another reason why I will never vote for the rainbow death cult ever again. Yeah, I know, right? No. This is conspiracy stuff right here. We'll give you the money if you run our propaganda machine. Noam Chomsky would be proud. I know. OpenAI is on it. Yeah, it's our research assistant for the day. So here it is. Olivia Juliana, Lauren Piratra, Bardet Ada, Susa Lambert, Ariel Fedor, Sandra Jennings, David Packman. That's the only one that I know off this list just from the name. So, like, you might have seen him because he comes up sometimes, and he's constantly like Trump bashing, and so he comes up on my feed like, oh, Trump did this, oh, Trump did that, and so like he's been named and shamed as part of this. I don't know if anyone knows any of these other people. Lee McGowan. Let's check her. I don't know who she is. Return to Common Sense. Politics Girl podcast. So they're outright, you know, staunch Democrat machine people. And they get channeled money from organizations, from an organization who's funded by people, and you just don't know who's doing the funding. So, you know, David Packman is critical of establishment Democrats, though. Well, as this article is making out, Mark, within the Democrat Overton window, it would seem, he's critical of what the party deems appropriate to be critical of, which is the controversy, it would seem. I feel like Packman is the Young Turks adjacent. Well, apparently he's speaking about things that the party have deemed acceptable discourse. So you're not going to get things that are too outside and too radical from David Packman, apparently, which is an interesting concept, right? Now, the other one that I've heard that is associated with this, right? And this is a guy that I've controlled opposition. Yeah, that's it. And the other person that I've heard talked about a bit, and me and you have spoken about this for AS, and I felt uncomfortable with this guy. He was too clean. And then he put out something about like not reading the Communist Manifesto and saying it's a rubbish place to start your journey as a leftist or something like that. And I was like, what's going on with this guy? Harper O'Connor, if you've ever come across that guy. Has Harper O'Connor been implicated as part of this investigation as well? Interesting. Because if you have a look at this picture here, anyway. I thought I could see him somewhere in some of the documentation. But yeah, I have a feeling he may be associated with it somehow. But I'm not going to be able to get an investigation on that one anytime soon, it would seem. But yeah, there's been a number of high-profile people. I don't know if you guys, again, are across these people or not. They come up in your feeds, but there are people that are going down as a result of this investigation, who I don't know if they advocate directly to their audience. That I don't know. Like, I thought I saw his face pop up in one of the pictures and stuff like that, so I thought he was associated with it. But like, we'll never know now because they're not allowed to speak about it. It's all hush hush, dark stuff, and they're not allowed to speak about it. And the contract says they're not allowed to speak about it. And if they do speak about it, then they lose their funding. And like, the perks of it is that the Democratic Party machine is associated with the organization. So if you're part of this organization, then anytime you want to interview politicians, they'll help you sort it out. So like, they get like exclusive access to Democratic politicians and policymakers and high profile people, but they've got to toe the party line, and they've got to have it vetted. So like, they want to vet the content before people make it. And so like, this is obviously, the optics of this aren't great, because I'm assuming progressive audiences or left-wing audiences expect a level of a level of impartiality from the content creators that they follow. And the impartiality isn't there if they are being told by the Democratic Party machine what they can and can't post, what content they can and can't make, and what issues they can talk about, because that would be a breach of their contract if they go beyond that. And there have been other ones, some good old confirmation bias. I don't know, unless you're implicating the DSA in this. Yeah. Look, let me clarify that one, because I thought I saw his picture in it. Maybe I was incorrect in that one. But this all seems to be very underhanded. Whereas, like, the Conservatives can do this easily, like Republicans can do this easily, because they're not so underhanded about it. They don't pretend, I think, to really not have some type of association with moneyed interests. They just say their piece and get on to the next issue, and get on to the next clickbait issue as fast as possible. And not get caught up with this idea that they're all like squeaky clean. So like, all of these, in these liberal and Democrat associated influences have now got this stain against them. And, people feel, I guess, their audiences feel betrayed to a certain extent, because how do they know now if what the information and the stuff that they've been watching is actually their opinion, or it's just the opinion of the Democrats? And you build up important relationships with your audience and your community and all that sort of stuff. And this sort of stuff can crush their audiences. And then the other question, like another allegations that have been made about this is, they're a machine. Chorus is a machine that has it's donations, and these donations come from this 1630 fund or whatever it is, which has hundreds of millions of dollars at its disposal. So you have to ask the question as well, with all the controversy that's been coming out about Twitch streamers recently, if you've heard about that. So recently Twitch went through and purged bots out of, like, or did a mini purge anyway, of bots out of the Twitch universe. And like heaps of prominent influencers or streamers on Twitch, like, literally lost 10,000 views a stream as a result. 10,000, because they all had agents, and these agents were using these third-party botting systems to bump up their views, because the Twitch algorithm, the way it works when you go in there, is like, if you've got more views, you get pushed to the top, and if you're on the top left, that's like the best way to get new people coming in, because like that's where the exposure is. And so they've got heaps of an audience anyway, but they add an extra 10,000 to that, so to make sure they're at the top, so like they have the most chance of being found out. And like their agents do this because their agents are in bed with the advertisers, and the advertisers are the ones that are like, well, we want people to definitely see our ads, so pay for some botting service, and then you get more views anyway, you get pushed to the top, and then more people see my products. And so the allegation is this Chorus company has been doing stuff, or is potentially, anyway, associated with this stuff as well. And it's potentially warping the numbers of people that are watching this, because they could just be botting views on YouTube and like other social media platforms. And so it's not even just like, oh, can I even trust my influencer now? Are they just a Democratic Party shill? It's not just that. It's like, oh, maybe they've been fudging the numbers. Maybe they've been paying. Maybe they've been paying to get extra views and extra likes and like extra followings. Maybe there's like an army of Indians or Bangladeshis somewhere, like sitting in a warehouse, and they're like, they're bot farming views on this content to push it up in the algorithm, because if it gets at least 100,000 views every video, like Pac-Man gets heaps of views on his pretty, slop-esque political content. It's just like, oh my God, Trump took a shit today. Did you see that? Like, kind of thing. Maybe, a good portion of those views have been botted, so it gets pushed up the algorithm. And, this 1630, one of the biggest contributors to it is Eric Schmidt. And Eric Schmidt is the old CEO of Google. So like he would know YouTube, the algorithm, and like the social media world fucking inside out. And so like he would know how to game the system anyway. You wouldn't need anything more than like his knowledge, as opposed to the fact that he donates tens of millions of dollars anyway, because he could fucking afford to. He's a billionaire. But, he probably knows the ins and outs of social media and the algorithms anyway, and knows how to play the game. So like the question is, amongst all of that, for, just your regular, struggling channels out there, in the light of what's happening with Twitch right now, and like at least Twitch has purged it, but like what's happening with this type of stuff, this dark money that's in the Democratic influencer sphere, again, which is definitely what the Republicans do anyway, but the Republicans are just like, yeah, so what, this is just the game, get over it. But like obviously the Democrats try to be all like, virtuous about it, like they would never partake in that type of stuff. And like the organization is like, and we've read it, like you've read it, like on their website, it's don't talk about it. If you sign a contract with us, don't talk about it, and like we won't list you, and we don't want you to list us. Like they want to pretend like this is not happening, but like they also need to get in on the game. They really need to get in on the game, because that's where the landscape is nowadays. So this is what's happening. And like Taylor Lorenz, she documents it in this article and then backs it up in the video that I was looking at before. And yeah, she just talks about like all of these influencers that she's talked to, and she goes through the contracts and stuff. Like she reached out to, like, that's why I looked to see if this Chorus organization constitutes a super PAC, because a super PAC is a political organization in America. It's a body that is registered with their version of the Electoral Commission, and you can donate to people indirectly and support their stuff through PACs, but like super PACs have like unlimited restrictions on them in terms of donations. Like if you have $100 million and you want to support the Democrats, then give it to a super PAC of your choice, and they'll funnel it down to various PACs and organizations to support your politician. So you can't directly just say, oh, here, Trump, here's $100 million, you do it through a super PAC. But like this organization isn't even a super PAC. It's just an NGO that pays influencers to toe the party line indirectly. And like it's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Like it spent $400 million in 2020. Like you wouldn't need more than like, $20 million to beef up some influencers to kind of get things moving. And the speculation on who's involved with that, like she lists like figures in terms of there's like 2,000 influencers on the books here, like 2,000 creators that are potentially as like a part of this, like from small creators to like massive ones. I'm pretty sure that's what she said. I'll get this to give me a summary. From Taylor's investigations and the Wire article. Damn. From Taylor's investigation and the article in Wired, how many influencers have contracts with Chorus? She got 90. According to the investigation, Chorus signed contracts with 90 influencers through the Creator Incubator program. And so this is in the incubator program. So, there's 90 of them out there. And there might be all like this, like scores and scores, hundreds of smaller channels out there that have some type of contractual relation with Chorus to make sure that they kind of speak and talk about the party line. So like go through and watch her whole video. That's where I got kind of some insights into it, but I'm pretty sure it gets good around here. So let's just have a quick listen to what she has to say.
In the contract. According to copies of the contract, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. One creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked not to be named told me, quote, if I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with Chorus. If I get Zor on and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to have to give that to them. The contract also prohibits standard partnership disclosures, declaring that creators will, quote, not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're members of the program, quote, without Chorus's prior express consent. It also forbids creators from, quote, disclosing the identity of any funder and gives Chorus the ability to force creators to remove or correct content based solely on the organization's discretion if that content was made at a Chorus organized event.
So like if they rock up to an event that's associated with Chorus somehow, and like Chorus has allowed them, put them in contact with a Democrat politician or a lawmaker or something like that, then they can tell them to rewrite history on that one. It's like, go back and edit your video and get rid of this reference, take down this content. We don't think it is in line with, our policies, our institutional values as a vehicle for the democratic machine. So the censorship, this goes again to the idea that like people think of their content creators as being impartial and like creating content that is for them and their community, but like it's being kind of overseen, it's being monitored, it's being completely controlled by these Democrats. This is the Democratic Party. And so, it really calls into question a lot about what you potentially see online. Like you kind of expect it from, your, what's that guy's name? Benny Johnson or something like that. Your Charlie Kirks of the world. you know, your fucking, come on, what's the guy's name? Ben Shapiro's of the world. You expect it from them. Your, what's the chick's name? The woman, the right-wing influencer. Oh my God, how can I forget her name? She always talks about Macron's wife being a man. Fuck. Yeah, like you expect them to be funded, and like they'd probably be pretty overt about it. But like the democratic machine is kind of like, yeah, who cares? If these influencers are good and they support Trump generally, or conservative promise generally, and they speak a little bit bad here on the edges, who cares? But the Democrats' way seems to be different. It's just like, all right, we want these influencers, but like we don't want them to speak bad about the party at all. And so like let's completely control what they say and like get them to take down content if they do anything wrong that broaches or breaches the party line. So it's like way more totalitarian than anything the Republicans are up to. The Republicans just want people talking about their issues. They don't really care too much about the minutiae of it. But like it's typical Democrat style. They're just like, all right, well, if we're going to do this, then like we're going to control everything kind of thing. It's so completely inorganic. And then it has your Candace. Thank you, Candace Owens. How can I forget her name? Far out. The irony of calling it chorus isn't lost on me. Yeah, we're all singing from the same song sheet on this one. Well, when your politics is sacrosanct, then you have to sing from the same hymn sheet. Also, another reason why you should be wary of anyone that still chooses to align with the Democratic Party, regardless of how progressive they claim to be, is because Mamdani came up just then. That's why. That's why, isn't it, Jack? Just say it, bro. Say it. You have to be careful of all of them. They're all implicated on this. Candace Owens.
Graham Wilson, a lawyer working with Chorus, told creators on a Zoom call that I obtained a copy.
Previous comment. What was your previous comment? Oh, yeah, the same DSA that gave us AOC and Zionosauron. You can't help yourself, bro. I love it. It's so funny. Zionosauron.
Of, quote, there are some real advantages to housing this program in a nonprofit. It gives us the ability to raise money from donors. It also, with this structure, avoids a lot of the public disclosure or public disclaimers. You know, paid for by blah, 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 that you see on political ads. We don't need to deal with any of that. Your names aren't showing up on reports filed with the FEC. I reached out to the Federal Election Commission about all of this, and they declined to comment. Already, creators in the program are creating content together. In a new weekly series titled Good News in Politics, 6 creators in the program shared a collaborative video running through liberal political wins. The caption read, "Follow these creators, bringing you hope instead of doom scrolling." There is zero disclosure from any of these creators on this post or others that they are part of this program or accepting money from the 1630 Fund. Elizabeth Dubois, Associate Professor and University Research Chair in Politics, Communication, and Technology at the University of Ottawa, who's researched ways that influencers are reshaping the political system, told me for Wired that, quote, "We are seeing influencers being pulled into these dark campaigns or shadow campaigns where the legal aspect is murky at best." Dubois added in my article for Wired, quote, "Sometimes it is actually clear that influencers are being used to, for example, evade spending limits. I think that we need to remember that for democracy to thrive, we do need transparency around who is paying for political messages." She added that political orgs and dark money groups are increasingly, quote, "using this information environment in a way that allows them to circumvent transparency safeguards." For my Wired story, I also spoke to Don Hyder, the chief executive of the Marcella Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University. He told me that the restrictions outlined by Chorus and the 1630 Fund violate ethical norms. He said, quote, "If the contract for getting money from a particular interest group says you can't disclose it, then it's pretty simple. You can't take the money. We're living in an era where a lot of powerful people have basically taken the rule book and thrown it out the window." And this is the part that really shook me.
Yeah, but like that's the thing. This is part of the culture now. Like it's after the Citizens United case, and we've got Citizens United 2.0 by your boy JD Vance. Like that's it. Money in politics is just a thing. And so like they can't even be bothered doing it through the super PAC system where you have to be like, all right, fine, disclose who the donors are, disclose the political interest. They can't even be bothered to just go through NGOs, and then they don't have to disclose anything. Like, it's really underhanded the way that they're organizing this. And so like it doesn't look good, especially from a side of the political spectrum that prides themselves on being virtuous and ethical and being like the good guys and all that sort of stuff, right? And like they're just channeling things through dark sources. So dark in the sense that you can't trace it, as opposed to like, I don't know, it being evil or something, but still, right? Nefarious nonetheless. Like, where's the transparency? These people would advocate heavily for democracy based on transparency and accountability, but you know, here we go. And like, why would someone like David Pacman anyway need $8,000 a month from this organization? He'd get fucking $8,000 in ad revenue from his slop on a daily basis. He doesn't need $8,000 from then. Something else is going on. Maybe he gets more than that.
Me too. As an independent journalist and content creator myself, I think that trust is so absolutely important. With big public media companies, we know where their money is coming from. And with influencers, we should know where their money is coming from too. Of course, a lot of influencers post undisclosed sponsored content. And I reached out to the Federal Trade Commission also about all of this. But I just think in terms of journalistic integrity as a content creator covering news and politics, you should be transparent about who's paying you. For instance, say you're watching one of my videos and I'm suddenly talking a lot about the Democrats.
Yeah, she just goes into examples and stuff after this. But this is the long and the short of it. I think, like, if you see this, because this has started to come up from some of the people that I guess I've hacked my algorithm, and so like they're in there, but like you'll see this story come up here and there, and I just wanted to get across it and do some investigation on it. But like, this is it. They failed hard, the Democrats, to understand the terms of the game in the 21st century, in this quarter of the 21st century, and now they're going to do it, but they're going to do it Democrat style, which is just, it's not organic, and it raises further questions. Like, it just doesn't make it look very good at all, again, especially from a group that considers themselves, and these influencers as well, consider themselves to be quite virtuous when speaking about the ills of their political adversaries, right? Especially in the face of criticizing someone like Trump, who they call corrupt, and like does backdoor deals and like all of this sort of, closed room antics. And they're doing the exact same thing. And it's been exposed, and it's been exposed by her as well, which is interesting. I was always wondering what her affiliation was, but it would seem that, dropping something like this is her way to show that she is outside of the system. Maybe they're going to give her some type of sweetheart deal as a result of this. But like, yeah, it would seem like she's outside of that circuit, which is nice, because like I've actually wondered where I sit when it comes to her and her content. But if she's exposing stuff like this, it does give her more points on the board for me. Anyway, so I'm going to leave it there for that, but I wanted to bring this one to everyone's attention because, again, I think it is important to not get blindsided by the stuff that we see online, right? We live in echo chambers. We're fed things by algorithms that know us more intimately than we know ourselves in terms of the information that we give it and give them. They can predict our behavior with incredible accuracy, and then they use those predictive models to help modify our behavior. And so if we understand that not only the algorithms themselves, but the organizations behind the people that we listen to and get our insights from are, compounding the effect of manipulation that goes on. So not just the fucking algorithms, the organizations that back the people that are pushed by the algorithms themselves. They're controlling the conversation, and then the algorithm is dispersing it And so it's control on manipulation on manipulation. Then at least if you know, then you know. If you know what I mean. Like at least if you understand how this ecosystem works, then you can question some of it, even from people that you think are impartial. If they've reached a certain height, then and they're politically powerful enough to be picked up by the actual levers of power, so the bourgeois groups themselves for their own purposes, then they may be a mouthpiece. They may be a mouthpiece for some organization that just cares about getting the Democrats reelected or like winning the midterms or something like that. Who the fuck knows? Who knows? But they're obviously not these influencers. If they're happy to toe the party line, then they're not the type of people that are making the content directly because they think they're making a difference as such on an individual level or because of their ideology. They're doing it because of somebody else's ideology, which is something, again, you should be aware of if you can get your hands on it. Like Friendly John is getting paid by Labour. I don't know. Like I know many people have pulled him up on this one, and like again, zero fucks. Like this is you in a nutshell so far. Where's your evidence? I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it because yeah, he gets accused of that one all the time, and I've asked him about it, and I'd love to see some evidence. I'd love to. If you can get the evidence, we'll break the story right on this live stream. Zero fucks, and that is a fucking promise. That's a promise. Give me the evidence. Give me the evidence, because that would be fucking huge. That would be a huge story. So yeah, be careful. Be careful what you're listening to. Left wing, right wing, whatever. If they're talking about politics and they're trying to influence you, they may be, there may be some other group behind them with some other reasons, and for you to listen to that message. It may not be about your ensuring that you are well informed, let's just say. Shane Dowling did a video about it. Okay, well, I'll have to check it out then. Link me, and we'll see. All right, we are going to go over and do some gameplay. We're finished with the serious stuff for the day. So we're going to go do some gameplay. Now we're going to play some Rome Total War. I know if you've been here waiting around since Friday to do this again. I've been itching to play some more Rome Total War since last Friday. So we're going to chill now. And like, if you want to stick around for the chat, then stick around and I will monitor the chat. We can have some banter while we try to take over the ancient world, let's say. So bear with me while I get this up and running. But yeah, like I can't believe how they've done it so underhandedly. It's pretty stupid if you ask me, from the Democratic Party. Like, someone was going to expose this sooner or later. If you have that many people in the books and you have disgruntled people, because there's been influencers, Democratic influencers, that have rejected this stuff, and they're like, no, you're not going to curate my content for me, even if you pay me $8,000 bucks a month. Which like begs a question with like someone like David Pakman, right? Like, he must be making so much coin that $8,000 would mean nothing to him. So like, you know, what else is he getting out of this? What else is he getting out of it? It's the $1 million question. I'm going to close FreeTube. Oh, the kangaroo court guy. Yeah, I've heard of this as well. But isn't that about the war chest though? Like the donations that he got from people when all the Barilaro stuff was happening. I thought that's what it was about. In war, we must be speedy. Silius Italicus, was it? I didn't get to say it, damn. Alright, let's see if I can fix this screen a little bit. We want more room, not less room. There we go. Let's get this fuckwit out of the way. Who's this guy? Get out of here, bro. Minimize your shit. There we go. That's much better. Alright. An alliance with the powerful is never to be trusted. Oh, no way. Really? If you enslave populations, SPQR gets a cut of the population boost you get. Those bastards. That's good to know. Just an FYI, thank you. Oh, you sent me some facts as well, right? Some quick facts about the remastered version that I should know. Thanks for that. I should really go check that out. You fucking legend, 4IS. You fucking legend, yeah. What did I do? You fucking legend, yeah. Why does it keep doing that? Can I ask, Zero Fucks, are you sticking around for streams now? Can I just say, this is the dream, right? Can I just say, we have worked very hard over the last few months, the regulars and myself on these streams, to be encouraging of people of all sorts of political persuasions to come onto these streams and have a safe place to say whatever. So it's good to see that we have a diversity of opinions on this channel, on this stream, might I say. As long as you're working class, that's the main thing. We're all down with that. Alright, where did I get up to last time? I got hammered by some pirates up here. Is that them? The bastards. What am I going to do? Kill some Greeks? I hate fighting Greeks though. Their phalanx formation pisses me off. Okay, so what are we doing? We got positive. Oh, we're doing well in terms of finances. Fuck yeah. New reports. Take settlement. Thermon. Where's Thermon? Oh, of course. Yeah, alright, I'll do that. Let's build some troops then, shall we? Oh, we got some building to do, ladies and gentlemen. Alright. What are we going to build? Do we stock up the military? Market? Blacksmith? What does that do? I can do light weapons. Oh, we get bonuses now. What am I interested in? What troops can I get? I can get those javelin dudes and some Hastati. That's fine for now. I might build... Yeah, build some roads. That's a good idea. Get the trade up. Now what can we build here? Soldiers. Hastati. What are we going to build? What are we going to build? Yeah, I'll build some more roads. Why not? Get the trade up, shall we? I wonder if I can build roads here too. Yes, I can. Let's do some road construction. Let's unify the empire, shall we? I wonder if I can do that here. Yes, I can. See, this is Keynesian Rome Total War right now. I'm building fucking roads and markets. That's right, Squeeb. That's it. Roads and markets, baby. Need to get more money. Because I died last time because of my finances. I died in the ass last time. I couldn't manage my finances properly. Alright. So what do I need? I need troops as well to wage war. Some cavalry. Alright. These guys can't build anything in terms of troops. Nothing. Oh, they don't have the population for it, that's why. Yeah. Ooh. What are these guys? Town watch. Right. Oh. Hello, hello, hello. What's all this then?
Fleet ready!
Damn it. Oh, you know what? I can check it, actually.
Imperator! General! Prepare for battle!
What do they got? Oh, no way. Oh, fuck yeah. It's all just missile troops. Oh, let's go run over some... I've got cavalry, right? Oh, yes. Sweet. You going down. Strong woman. I'm gonna get you. Sorry, I'm probably your best bet early game. I'll trust you on that for yes. You can just take them out fast, yeah. That's the plan. That's the plan, man. Learn to obey before you command. Roll on of affluence. Good political strategy right there. So you rise from the working class. Oh no. I think it's locked. How did the game do this? Oh no, it's moving. Thank you.
Units! On my orders!
Fuck, that was loud. Doom, 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 doom. Doop-a-doop. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. Oops. Swing, swing.
Move! Velate! Move! Has started! Units! Units! Move!
That's what they... Wow, look at the Greek ruins. Alright.
Run! Quickly!
Who's the general? That's the general. Oh, but they're both generals. Who's my actual general today? I guess it doesn't matter. Morale's not good if the general dies. Time to kill the general. Where are they going? Interesting. I think they're fucking off.
General!
Yeah, they're playing.
Units! Hurry! Units! Move! Units! Units! Move! Move!
Yeah, I think they're just taking off. They're fucking off. This is outrageous. I know.
Units! Attack! Units! Move! Move! Units! Hurry! Hurry! Units! Missile! Attack! Units! Forward! Units!
I don't know how to turn off the default.
Units! Units! Attack! Destroy them! Attack! Hastani! Attack! Units! Equities! Hurry! Units! Hastani! Kill them! Units! Equities! Attack! Destroy them! Units! Missiles! Attack! Attack! Hastani! Attack! Kill them!
The enemy general flees! Press forward so the spirit of his army is broken too!
Equities! Hastani! Equities! Charge! Equities! Fire! Attack! Stop!
Where'd the other ones go? Oh, they're fighting these guys.
Attack quickly!
Oh, man. Charge. Charge, boys. Charge. Yalla. How'd you break your own charge so badly? Come on, man.
The enemy general flees! Press forward so the spirit of his army is broken too!
Lame.
Units completed! I started! Attack! Units! Missiles! Advance! Units!
Great gods be praised! The enemy general is killed! Fear makes a home in our enemies' hearts!
Units! Units! Attack! Loose formation! Quickly! Charge! Has started!
Clean up crew, bro. Yalla. Getting pumped, noob. If you double click a unit, the camera flies to their location. Alright. Oh my god, he's right!
The gods be praised! The enemy's hearts are full of fear and now they flee!
Now I gotta clean up as many as I can before they merge with the other army. Run for the hills! Ah, Greeks. Running for the hills. Savage. Savage, bro. Oh, don't cheer too much, bro. Still clean up to do.
Units! Equities!
Where's the boundary? Oh, they're pretty close to it. Ah. Clean them up, bro. Let them know.
Ready!
Oh, we got 11 people watching, is that right? Wow. People hang out for the Rome. So good. Give us the Rome. We will hang out. Bro, get him.
Equities!
Get the noob. Get him. Get that Greek. One last Greek person. If they can hunt him down just in time. It's a race for the finish line. He survived.
This is a heroic victory, worthy of Roman arms.
We should provide in peace what we need in war. Interesting. Hey, there's some Keynesian stuff going on here. If it is needed for war, then it is needed for the people during times of peace. Seems like some political rhetoric doesn't change too much, right? Just appropriates with the new language and the word of the day. The good word. It is the good word.
Victory!
Yeah, bro. You should be nervous, cuz. Be nervous. Now, what have I got to help you guys out with? Let's send some people over there, shall I? Just to fill out the ranks a bit. For the next battle.
Sir! General. Ready to sail. General. Aye, aye, Captain. Aye, aye, Captain.
Great.
Fleet ready.
Man, so many enemy ships. Far out. Fine, I'll just stay here then. What are you gonna do now, bro? Cleomenes of Sparta? Cleomenes? You're mine, Cleomenes. You're mine. Still got a surplus. That's good. Yes, Astarte. And then this one, what am I building here? Some more cavalry, probably. Watch out that army doesn't get too big. Do I send support troops? That's the real question. No, I think I might just leave this here, just in case I get attacked from the north. Alright, any announcements? Settlement besieged. That was old news, bro. We dealt with that. Good commander. That's good. Construction report is good. Some roads. Some roads. Oh, let's do some more construction. What do I need? What do I need? Let's have a look. Should I do farming so that people can eat? Roman barracks for town watch. Might do farming first, get the population going. Mines? No way. What type of mine is it? I didn't know I had mines here. What do they have in this settlement? Settlement details, let's have a look. Disorder, cultural penalty, population inhibitors, recruitment, construction, normal tax rate. Let's find out. Let's get the mine going first. 2,000. Jeez. Am I gonna pay for that? You know what? We need the mines. Heavy hit to the purse though. Heavy hit to the purse. Especially with my growing army. Okay. Oh, it's already open, that's why. What are we gonna do? Communal farms? Or a trader? Is trade better? In the... it's not the Aegean, is it? So get more layout of just trying each race in their own area of the map. Their own kind of objectives. So more variety in replay. I suppose it's easier to make a rock, scissors, paper mathematics for an RTS when you're using fiction rather than deep complexity of actual history. I'm trying to move that so I can see it better. Move OBS. Total War Shogun 2 is same as Rome, just less fortifications and more water. So who we got in the stream still? Squeeb, Mark Oliveira's hanging out for some Rome. Boreas likes his Rome too. We've got 11 people. No way. Yeah, people must be playing their own games. Just chilling in the background. Lurking. Communal farming or a trader? I'm going to go with Trader for now. Gotta build, baby. Gotta build. Oh, he's just got peasants? Oh, we'll find out. Huh. He buggered off.
Fleet is under attack!
I can't even run away from that shit. Good luck to you, boys. Oh my god. Hammered. Do I have any fleet left? No way.
Aye, Captain. Yes, Captain.
So what do we got here? 2 lots of cavalry. Heaps of historic.
Imperator. Orders. Orders. Sir.
Still building the roads. Yeah, I'm working on it, bro. How long have I got? 10 turns. Ah, sweet. Cheer. Judge Dredge, have a beer, mate. Cheers to petrol. I'm marking master's research papers. Interesting. But same as what you listed there. When you need some element of history, it's swords versus cavalry versus blah. Not a lot of variety. Should be wine for a Roman themed game. Yeah. It's true. Ooh, hello. Is this guy neutral or what? Did I build defenses? Yes, I did. Clever. No, I'm still in the... I'm not in deficit, eh? You know, if the revolution comes and you put me in charge, eh? I won't run us into the red, eh? I can balance a budget. Glad Judge is on your side. Yeah, I know, right? We need all the help we can get. It could be bad.
Aye, Captain.
Are we getting chased? Oh my god.
Set sail!
Can't escape on the seas here. I need a bit of... Might have to invest in some more ships, I guess. Another bi-rim. Fine.
Imperator. Onward!
Onward and upwards.
General. March!
Yes, Master. Counter spy.
Waiting your command.
What do you reckon? Should we go up and meet them? I don't even know if we're at war though. We're neutral. Now I've built the mine. Now you want to come in here, eh? Now let's see what this mine does. It doesn't even say what type of mine it is. But what type of mine is it? Silver? Would you like to know more? Yes, I would like to know more. Yes, Salonia. Yeah, thanks. But I don't really have... Yeah, I can build some town watch. Thanks for your advice. It's always great. Alliance, diplomatic information. Diplomatic information. Fight him? Kick the dog? But we're not at war. I'm glad the big tech has spent 155 billion on AI this year. Has a use. Yeah. How to automate my games better. So good. And the music is quite loud. It is pretty crazy how much they spend on AI, isn't it? I bet you 150 billion doesn't even cover all of it either. Which is heaps more than that in reality. Alright, so let's do the rounds. We are not building here for some reason, but we should be. Communal farming, stables, wooden wall, practice range. Oh, you need a basic trader. I haven't even got that yet. Oh, I've got a mine here too. Damn. Fuck that. Oh, I'll build a trader first. Fuck it. Trader. Who else are we building with here? We're not doing any construction here. Alright. Population's getting big. We need sewers. Yes. We are building here, and we are not building here. Let's get some land clearance going. Senate office assigned. I didn't get anyone in the office. Oh man. It's good. Music takes us all back. Watched a video yesterday you would enjoy. Called out the resource costs, not the dollar cost of AI. Oh. Wait, link us, bro. Link us in the Discord. Scribblicious. Hit me up, cuz. Hit me up, cuz. Oh, they fucking left him alone. Sweet.
Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. General. Fleet ready.
What?
Sir. Leaving the army. Off the boats. Aye, Captain.
Oh, actually.
Aye, Captain.
Where are the agents? Are they off there as well?
Sir.
Alright. Let's get...
Yes, master.
The spy doing his thing. Ah, they left them alone. That's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, let's see what they want.
General.
Spy. Do your spy
master.
stuff.
Traveling alone.
Oh, it's just all cavalry. Light lancers. Ooh. Watch out for the cavalry wars, boys.
Imperator.
Who's the governor here? Governor. And just a general. Governor General. Hey.
Orders.
Let's see what this guy does actually first. And where's my diplomat? No.
At your service.
Okay. We're building sewers. Building archery range. No barracks. Building roads. No communal farming. Trader. Okay. What about recruitment? What do we got? I might beef up my Navy then, hey? What do you reckon?
Aye, Captain. Aye, aye, Captain.
I'm back. Where are we at? Have we taken the Greek city state settlement yet? No, I'm working on that. I'm just watching to see what this Macedonian guy's doing. He's hanging around with he's basically like Attila the Hun at the moment. He's got an army of cavalry. He's just hanging around in between my two settlements. And then we're going to go down to Thermon when the time is right. What do you want? It would be sound strategy to train a unit of Hastati at this time. We're at Croton. Why? Why are you so worried about that? There's no one here. I'll make that call later. Thanks for your help. Are we still running in the positive? Yeah, we are. Right. Recruitment. Negative. How do we go? Still got 10 people on the line. Suitable husband, betrothed, Paulina Brutus. He's 32. Okay. Commandability. He's got some influence. It's no management, but he could have worse credentials. Let's say yes. Marriage celebrations. Woohoo! Oh, the Gaulois are at war.
Fleet ready. Fleet ready. Aye, Captain. Yes, Captain.
Alright, no more getting bullied in the water over here. Where's that Macedonian army going? Oh, there's a few of them around.
Your Honor.
Go and spy on these people for me, please.
Searching for clues.
Okay, so they're spearmen. Oh, God. And heaps of spearmen.
Ready to sail. Ready to sail. Imperator. Imperator. Sir. General. General.
Alright, let's do this. He's the general.
Orders.
Take him out with you.
Imperator. Sir. Imperator. General. Imperator. Orders. Imperator. Onward. Imperator. Imperator. Onward.
Alright, how's our construction going? What are we building? Some land clearance. Fair enough. What are we building here? What do you reckon? Shrine to Juno. Public order bonus 5%. Population growth bonus is 0.5. Public order bonus. Trade income bonus from a... Yeah, interesting. Oh man, I'm going with this one. I'm going with Juno, bro. Juno all the way, cause Croton needs a lot of... There's a lot of options. Practice range. I do need a way though. I think I'm gonna have to go with that one. Market, blacksmith, communal farming. You want population bonus at the moment. Yeah, pop bonus, yeah. Early on you want to increase your population. Roads and population. More workers means more income. Ah, there we go. There we go. Who creates all the fucking value, eh? It's fucking workers. That's what we need. Then I can stock my armies too. The working class are always the one who dies. The ones who die in war. Oh, I can retrain people? Heck, dude. That's cool. Send the working classes to die. Alright, shall we? I'm spending heaps of money at the moment. I'm gonna calm down a bit. Ah, look at the size of that army. I knew that was gonna happen.
Man the defenses!
What do they got? Doom 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 doom. Good question. Heaps of spearmen and stuff. Heavy cavalry? Shit. How long is this place going to hold out for? 5 turns? Alright.
Ready to sail!
Interesting. Fucked up my trade though, you bastards. Need to get some support to them. We're gonna have to push on though.
Imperator.
Do we fight the Greeks? Fight the Greeks? What do you reckon? Pop a baby out, mate. Get money. Your pipe and your beer. Cheers, mate. Fuck it up. You can always make a militia. Yeah, but like, come on. They're gonna get hammered, don't you reckon? By these people, the militia. Alright, we're gonna get a war. But first, I need a piss. So I will be back in a couple of minutes. And then we're going to go to war.
Prepare for battle!
What do they got? Peasants, hoplites, proper hoplites. Okay, they got a bit of a mix. Let's do this.
The hair has been gutted, and the liver was as clear as day. Portents such as this can only be considered good. Over there stands the Greek army. They make a fine show, and are worthy enemies. They have been brought to the battlefield by mewling infants instead of leaders. I have never lost a battle against these people. Why should I start losing now with men such as you at my command? Another victory
You're better
is
off
at
defending
hand.
your settlement? Oh, it's fuck, it's a bit
Now,
late. Oops.
set your
Fuck myself. We're gonna beat these guys, and then we're gonna go back and get the other one. How do I keep them in for like if I hold them to this formation? I want to know how I keep them and just like move them forward without it realigning. Group, maybe it's grouping selected. Formation. Alright, whatever. Let's see where they come. Oh, where are they? Oh my god, are they up the side of a fucking hill? Oh, you're joking, aren't you? Ah, this is outrageous. Seriously, I have to walk uphill to fight these guys. That's not right. I'm not fighting them uphill.
Units! Units! Study! Units! Units! Double time! Units!
No double time.
Units! Double time! Units! March! Militates! At the double! Equitate! Equitate! Quickly! Equitate! At the double! Hurry! Velitate! March! Equitate! Move! Equitate! Move out! General! Forward! Waiting for order!
Did they tired and they just walked up the fucking hill? Imagine if they had to fight like that. What do we got? Peasants, militia hoplites.
Velitate! Loose formation!
Alright,
Orders
let's do this.
Destroy them!
Don't run.
Forward!
General's bodyguard. And
Units! Units! Velitate! Units! 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 Double time! General! Move! 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 Move!
Is anyone actually dying as a result of it? Anyone getting fucked up?
Study! Fire and wait for my orders! Destroy them! Move! Attack! Attack! Unit! Unit! General! Move! Move! Ability! Hurry! Move! Move! Attacking! Unit! Unit! Hurry! Hurry! Unit! Move out! General! Attacking! After double! Ability! Ability! Attacking! General! Astati! Astati! Attack! Move! Astati! General! Attack! Astati! Kill them! General! Attack! Astati! Ability! Equity! Equity! Run!
Your general's nerve has broken, and he's fleeing from the enemy.
Lose count.
Unleash hell!
Did we get done by peasants? I think we got done by peasants. That sucks. I can't believe that. Shame.
Kill them! Ability! Quickly! After double! Unit! Unit! Double time! Move! Move! Unit! 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 Move! Move!
I'm really surprised that it's not equal ended up to peasants.
The enemy king has been killed. This will surely make his followers waver.
Unit! Move! Move! Unit! Unit! Move! Move! Unit! 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 Double
Fuck,
time!
now I've got cavalry against fucking spearmen. Shit.
General! Equity! Equity! Equity!
spears. Shit. Cavalry against hoplites. Seriously, and they run fast too. Shit. They run fast for hoplites.
Units! Double time! Loose formation! Quickly! Quickly! Equites! Units! Equites! 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 Quickly! Units! Units! Attack! Equites! Hurry!
The enemy army is in flight. Pursue them and drive them from the battle. Our army is victorious. A tribute to Roman.
Massive casualties though. Fuck. Play Shogun 2 and weeb out. They march. Your men march. They march on issues of migration. Use your arrows to rout the peasants. Oh man, peasants suck with morale, and they killed my Hastati. They killed him. You might have to sacrifice. Yeah, I know. I did. But like, fucking at what cost? Seriously. Come home with this shield or upon it. A Spartan woman equips her son. Such a good quote, isn't it? I haven't played Shogun before. I might have to try that on this stream sometime. After I get my dose of Rome, to be honest. I'm a Rome guy. And Medieval Total War. Loved Medieval Total War. I can't believe how good the morale of peasants were. Fucking, they still got heaps of troops left as well. Fuck. I should have listened to 4AS. Should have doubled back. I'm not going to be able to beat these guys at home. What do they got? Where's my spy?
Your Honor.
Actually, first tell me. Oh, I know what these guys have got. Get your ass over there, spy.
Yes, Master. Searching for clues.
Imperator!
Man, look at that. Have heavy losses. Heavy casualties. How am I to beat these guys in the field? I don't even think I could afford another army at this point.
Imperator!
As time will tell. Let's see how we go. You got this unit.
General!
Savaged, bro. Why can't I
Sir!
Oh, I have to click something. Alright.
Sir!
That's why. Look at all the trade they're holding up as well. Bastards. Now what am I gonna do? Start recruiting, I guess. Fuck.
Sir!
Settlement besieged. Oh, nice. What does that mean? I can build something special there. I can construct a governor's palace. I don't have the funds for that right now, buddy. Thanks, though. You might have been high-ranking. There might have been high-ranking peasants, even though that's a contradiction. They could have been in many battles. You want to know about the peasants, though. They usually rout. Yeah, I know. It's like straight away. Yeah. I know, right? And yeah, the high ground, kind of. But I tried to shift that advantage off the high ground. Didn't do anything. Where are the Macedonians getting all of them fucking armies from? This is mental. There's more of them coming. Fucking Macedonians, bro. At least I killed the Greek king, apparently. Call me Kingslayer. Yeah, I'm trying, bro. Relax. Seriously.
Yes, master. Watching and waiting.
What's the garrison like? Oh, it's all javelin people, mostly. Oh, it's Sparta.
General!
It's interesting.
Engage the enemy! Besieging settlement, sir! Settlement under siege, sir!
Fuck, man, the Macedonians want this place big time. And they're laying waste to the land, too.
Ready to sail! Prepare to engage! Victory!
Get out of my sea.
Yes, Captain!
I'm gonna have to build up a fucking army again. I think I've done enough of that already, seriously. Settlement besieged. Yeah, I got it. Another 4 turns. Coming of age. Yes, Titus. Yeah, you sick dog. Oh, there's 3 generals up there. I'll have to help them up. I don't know if I'm going to be able to take this Greek settlement or not. What a conundrum. Hey? What a fucking conundrum. This is fucking outrageous. I don't even know what to do. I'm gonna fuck it. They've got my income as well. I'm going to be in the red soon. I can't really build anything either. Can't build anything there. Well, definitely can't build anything there. Can't build anything. Oh, I can build a mine, I guess. That's what I wanted to do before. I don't have the money for it. Fuck. Whatever. Some turns are just burner turns completely. Just burn another 6 months. With blackjack. And hookers. Oh, the siege. Fuck, man, they've got 1,000 troops. And like, what a type of troop as well for a siege. They just stand at the gates with their spears. What am I gonna do? They've got heavy infantry as well. Where do they get heavy infantry from? Heavy cavalry from? This stage of the game. roll the dice on this one. Oh, you can. Interesting. Let's see if the computer can pull a win out of the hat. Let's see how they play it. No way. How the fuck did they do it? That's impossible. They really got a high start general. He's pretty good, man. Holy shit, stream's still going? Wings of cheese. Welcome back. We're playing some Rome. I don't know how you can win this, but like, how do you win against hoplites? Like, they just knock the wall down and then they just like, it's because of your general. Yeah, 100% it's because of the general, bro. But the computer can make that happen. But like, if it was me, like, playing that one, they just knock the wall down and then they just poke their spears through. I'd never win it playing. I don't know how the computer figures that out. Alright. That didn't last long. Corinth. You fucking Macedonians, bro. You're going down. I've got cavalry. I'm gonna do some archery and just have this stream on for background noise. No way, you do archery? Yeah, I'm just pretty much just at the end of the streams now, hang out for a chat and play Rome Total War. So if people are willing to discuss the day's affairs over some Rome, then I'm down for the chat. Pretty much. Just trying to extend the life of this stream. I'm going to save it again and we'll see what the computer can come up with. I don't think they can really work on those odds though. Let's see what they do, because I don't have time. I'm going to end the stream soon. I don't have time to do a whole battle now. Let's see what the computer... Oh, clear defeat. Look at that.
Pull back!
I reckon
the siege is broken.
Do better than a clear defeat though. I want to see your bow. Yeah, send me please send me something on the Discord, brother. Come on, brother. Send me something on the Discord, brother. Alright. So should I go back and do the battle myself? Like, I kind of want to. We were doing so well. I wonder what the tactic is. Turn 6. I have to figure out how to fight against these hoplites better. Getting hammered here. I can't believe you do archery, man. It's so fucking hardcore. Alright, so what lessons have we learned there? That I have to beef up my military to the max. What a waste. What a fucking waste. I'm doing so well. On roads. Anywhere, might as well.
Sir! Orders! Sir! Sir! Imperator!
I reckon you should get your economy in order before you think about expansion. Yeah, and I was doing that before. Like, I was building roads, building traders, building, like, you know, doing all the communal farming, and then bang. Like, the Macedonians come in with that monster army. I guess I could make a deal with them. That's not a bad idea, actually. And isolate the Greek citizens. I send a diplomat. You know, 4S, you're fucking onto something.
Noble master?
It's not true what they say about you, 4AS, honestly. You really are a great strategist.
At your service. Looking for spies.
Going ashore.
Moving ashore. At your service.
What happened
Secrecy
to the...
is assured. At your service.
Aye, Captain. Noble master. Going ashore. Your honor.
At your service. Secrecy is assured.
Ding, ding, ding. Sent. It's a compound bow. Fits 7 arrows. Far out. And so, like, it's like a hobby. Hey, look, I'm all for softening up the Greek city-states.
We're under siege.
4AS, I'm all for that. You're right. If I can broker a deal with the Macedonians,
Our fleet is under attack.
that will help a lot. Palm, bro. Ah, this time it's coming from the Greeks. Interesting. Very
Noble master.
Is it the Macedonians?
I shall speak with them at once.
Trade rights have been granted. Fuck, what else can I offer? Offer alliance. Give map information.
A most generous proposal.
No way. There you go, 4S. Let's see if they break the alliance. 4LS, if this is legit, you've saved the game. Yeah, target practice. It's so fun. Accidentally broke a few arrows though, but it happens. Interesting. Do you hunt? Do you do anything like that? We had some friends that used to hunt in the United States. I don't know, we're in like the Midwest or something like that. Pretty sure. And yeah, like they like stake it out in a tree for hours, waiting for something to come past. With like pretty lethal stuff, man. I can't believe that worked. Yeah, no, fucking. My God, that doesn't mean that they're just not going to turn around and break the alliance straight away. But who knows? Happy to be correct. Oh my God, really? Oh, this happened last time, actually, didn't it? Yeah. Yeah, they're archers. That's right. We did this battle already. We've been here, man. Well, yes, 4AS, you've saved the day. So, for now, anyway. Let's see what Macedonia does later. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to bounce. But yeah, thanks everybody for today's stream. It's been very, very interesting, I would say, honestly. It's been a crazy stream. And like heaps, we started off with heaps of people in here. I swear we had like 40 people at one point, which is mental. But yeah, so I can't see everyone. This program doesn't let me go right back to the beginning of chats, but Zero Fox has been in here for a while, so, and seems to be coming back. So welcome to the stream. And let's see if you are a recurring member. David, thanks for your interactions before. Wings of Cheese, 4IS, of course. We had a guy, Dale Jenner, in here. We had Cinnamon Cat for a little bit. Ollie Atlas in the house. Indoctrin Nathan making a surprise return. Mark Oliveira had Agalsa. I don't even know if I'm saying that properly. Paul Danino. Yeah, we've had a lot of newbies in here. Better Hanover. Fuck, I didn't even notice some of this stuff was going down. Galvin Page came in there. SA talking for a bit. Dilemmas, of course. Dilemmas. Getting quite vocal today, Dilemmas. Actually, Judge Dredge at the end there. Free Jam. Avalava in the stream chat too. No. But yeah, thanks for... Did I miss anyone else in the stream chat? Oh, yes, Jungle Potatoes was in there. So When You Nut, I'm pretty sure I'm going to try to remember that so I can track your different pseudonyms. If I've missed you, apologies, but thanks everybody for your interaction today. It's been a very interesting stream. And yeah, we will be back tomorrow with another live stream on all platforms now. We don't delineate, but yeah. Oh, Volta Tour. Sorry, look, I can't see the whole chat. I do apologize. But yeah, we will be back. Yeah, same time and same streaming platforms tomorrow. And then we'll continue throughout the week and make it up as we go. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. I will see you on the morrow.